guarding the bishop. So if he, in the interim, tries to take his bishop, what do you take this bishop with?
Take it with the knight.
You take it with the knight. And this is just something that is missed by a lot of players, that this same knight that's captured his own piece is now coming back. You see what I'm saying? And defending another piece. So therefore, he's reduced to taking the knight. And the point here isn't even the pawn that you won. It's really the fact that he can't castle. And whenever you've stopped your opponent's king from castling, that usually is the top priority versus adhering to opening principles like pushing your pieces toward the center.
Okay, that makes sense to me then, yeah. So just making sure you can't castle over there is by far the most important component for that bishop.
Exactly. So I'm going to paste in a position that occurred in one of my games from 2010. This game was played in Hungary, and I was playing an international master. So I was an international master at the time. And we were both, relatively strong players, 2,300 plus. And you're about to see the position here in front of you. This guy was Icelandic. And I had the black pieces here. Do you see the position?
Yep.
Now, the position itself is not important. What's important is that in this position, he took his bishop on e3, and he puts it on square g5. And try to tell me what is wrong with this move based on what we just talked about. Now, mind you, this is a very strong player making this move. And I'm telling you, you'll be able to refute this move. It's the same exact principle, just it's wearing slightly more complicated clothes.
So is it as simple as pretty much just going knight take on e4?
So could you highlight that square just so I make sure you're getting the notation right?
How do I highlight on your board? This?
Right. I'll see your highlight. So right click on whatever. Oh, okay, so you want to take that pawn. You're almost there. Almost. So knight takes e4. I'm going to take that with my knight.
I see. Hold on. It's a d5, right?
Bingo. Knight takes d5. And now it's a slightly different situation because you take a pawn with the knight, but it's the same thing. If he takes the knight, you take the bishop.
Right. And you're threatening.
Bishop is guarded. And what he missed is that, he thought I'm going to take his bishop first, and then I'm going to win his knight. But no, the same knight then dials back and recaptures the bishop.
I see, yeah. Wow, okay.
This is a common theme in real games. This was my game, and I won the game because I won a pawn here, but it's not just any pawn, it's a center pawn. And in high-level games, a pawn like this is a disaster to lose.
Wow, yeah. Okay, so that's definitely something I need to be more aware of then when it comes to like trading pieces like that. Because if you didn't point it out and he didn't take my knight, I probably wouldn't have thought to take with the knight. I probably would have kept the knight there.
Exactly, and that's part of mastery is how do you know when to look for something? That's a lot of things. That's the reason people get very frustrated. They'll be like, if you tell me and tap me on the shoulder and say, like, Charlie, there's a tactic here. There's a win here. You're going to find it. Versus if I give you any position, how do you know when something exists? And this is exactly how you know. You solve a lot of these positions, so you notice the precursors. You notice sort of the tactical features that oftentimes lead to one of those tactics. As then, for example, an undefended piece that's being pinned like this.
Right.
So, yeah, I hope that makes sense. So,
100%.
We could take a quick look at our game, just as in the interim.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to take a peek under that hood, to be honest.
Absolutely, as would I.
Thanks for the reset, Logan.
So nice to see how I checkmated you. I've already forgotten, and this was just a pleasant surprise here. I'm going to invite you to a new board, by the way, new analysis board.
Sounds good.
And your dog doesn't like that.
Oh, they're having a big game right now. They're going nuts.
So, just invited you.
Don't have it.
Not appearing. Okay, let me try to refresh and send another invite. I think you have to close out of the current game where the bishop's on g5. Try doing that, and then you might see another invite pop up.
Okay, I closed it.
And I'm inviting you again. Just invited you again.
You were right. I just had to close it.
So I spent too much time on the site. So basically, I was playing white, and I tried to imitate a realistic way that people would play, and you play the move d6 here. Now, you allowed me to capture your bishop, which technically would have created, in your position, double pawns.
Mm-hmm.
But you weren't afraid of that, and you were actually correct not to be afraid of that. I'm curious, though, whether, if you remember, why you shouldn't be afraid of ruining your pawn structure like that. What do you get in return?
Center of the board.
What was that?
Is it taking control of the center of the board because now I can push my knight?
Yeah, you got control over the square on d4. This is called a bind in chess. When you have two pawns that are spaced one square apart, both of them are cooperating to control a square. So that is good thinking. Therefore, I didn't take the bishop. You played knight c4, knight f3. This is all good. And here was the critical mistake. This is the mistake that lost you the game. And it's important for me to know sort of your logic if you had to reconstruct it. So what is the logic behind this move d5?
I guess so I had two defenders on this, whereas you also had two attackers. I don't really know what I was thinking. I think what I was wanting was just an even trade, and I didn't think it through well enough.
Thank you, StreamerBot, for the sub. Well, first of all, I have news for you. Where the hell are you getting my two attackers part when there are four attackers? First of all, the X-ray. Remember, the X-ray, the queen is an attacker.
Right.
One. So pawn is 1, bishop is 2, knight is 3, queen is 4.
Right.
Even if I didn't have the queen, I would be winning, though. So I could have even taken this pawn with, let's say, my knight. And you're busted.
Yeah.
So that's the free pawn you've given me. In addition to the fact that now the bishop has lost its support. And that is one thing that I want you to pay attention to, like in your game against X. You see, whenever you push a pawn, remember I talked about small changes in the position, detecting small changes. When you push a pawn, that is one of the sort of top blunders associated with it, because pawns defend pieces. And when you push a pawn, you sometimes forget that a certain piece that used to be supported is no longer supported. If that makes sense.
That does make sense.
And to add insult to injury, not only do I win this bishop, which you capture back, I could have captured your pawn, but to add insult to injury, I can now take your rook first and then take your pawn, and I'm up a lot of pieces here.
Yeah. I see. Okay.
So instead of d5, let's say that you wanted to prepare the move d5. I would not necessarily advise for this to be your plan, but let's say that you were hell-bent on putting that plan into practice. How would I approach doing that? Well, first I would ask myself this. Oh my goodness, 100 gifted subs they all ask me. Holy smoke, this guy is on fire.
You got an oil prince in there, man. Is that one of the guys you beat or something? He's like, shit, I owe this guy a lot of money.
I know Hashmi is a big fan of Chessbra, who I'm good friends with. I don't know if you've heard of Grandmasters Eric Hansen and Amon Hamilton.
No, I'm not familiar.
So I've seen him there. They're awesome. They're sort of the OG chess streamers. Holy smokes. I'll thank you properly afterwards. You're the man on.
Yeah, you're in for an over-the-pants hand job, my friend. 100 gift subs. That basically entitles you to it. Drop your OnlyFans for him.
This asshole I'm talking to over the phone. Oh, whoops. Crap, I said it on air. That's not good.
It's all good, man. I'm sure that's going to squeak a couple extra gift subs out of him.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, this guy's so stingy. Only 100 gift subs. Ridiculous.
Honestly, kind of insulting. I'd say fuck that.
Really insulting. Yeah, Hashmi, you can go to a different.
Yeah, if you need to go to a different one, I'll harbor you over here, I suppose. We can tolerate you.
Exactly. Thanks, man. All right, so let's say that I was hell-bent on preparing d5. How would I approach this? Well, first I would ask myself, how do I guard this square more ways? Because currently, as you now see, it has two attackers, or two defenders, however you want to think about this, and four attackers. Could you layer on more defenses to this square? There exactly is two ways to do that, which will be just enough to prepare that move. I want you to name both of them.
It's pushing c6 with the pawn and then e6 with the bishop.
Bingo. So that's number one, stage one. Stage two, however, is to deal with this bishop on c5. The problem is, once you do all of this, you still have the issue of this bishop losing its support. So could you perhaps slide the bishop onto a square such that it will be supported even when you play c6?
Yeah, it's dropping it to b6.
And that is like grandmaster level thinking. That right there is perhaps what I would do in this position. Then I would play c6, bishop e6, and d5. And that is all that a plan in chess is. A plan is a sequence of moves in service of making something happen. It's not mystical. Plans can be long. As you can see, this plan is 1, 2, 3, 4 moves long. And it's very straightforward, hey, Ruja. But that's all that it is. The reason I wouldn't do this is because now, if white were really advanced, I would slide my bishop to g5 and orchestrate this pin on the knight. So that would be a little bit unpleasant. What I would do here with black is probably play h6 preemptively, and then maybe I would do what you wanted to do.
So overall, the thought process of trying to get in the middle there, is that like the right way of thinking it? So you mentioned pushing that pawn to h6, which protects from the pin. I get that. But what would your next move be? Would you look to try and take the center control here?
Yeah. Absolutely. I would then do what you wanted to do. That's a very much legitimate plan. It's not the only plan. Another idea is just to first go bishop to e6 and just trade off a bunch of pieces.
Okay.
And that's a solid way of playing. But when you reach a position where you don't know what to do in, basically, yeah, trying to claim more of the center, trying to push your pawns in the center, preparing those moves, you almost have a checklist. You know, what hypothetically could I be doing in a position where I'm not sure what to do? Can I improve any of my pieces? Can I start attacking him? Can I bring more pieces into the game? And one of those items on the checklist is indeed, could I orchestrate greater control of the center? That's very much legitimate.
Okay, that makes sense to me then. So right idea, wrong order.
Right idea, wrong order is absolutely right. You just tried to bite off more than you tried. You tried to do this immediately.
Yeah.
And there's just not nearly enough. And after that, the only other comment I have is in this position. This is where you basically killed yourself completely. So do you notice that I'm threatening to take the knight and ruin your pawn structure and win a pawn?
Yeah, I can see that. What move did I make?
Now, you played the genius move, queen c5, which essentially tells me you should be coaching me. But of course, I'm getting you. You give up. But now, what you saw is, again, it's an instance of tunnel vision. Not to overuse the term, but you probably saw that this pawn was hanging, and this knight is kind of hanging, and you didn't want to take my knight because then that would put an annoying pawn here. So you kind of panicked. Is that accurate, or am I putting words in your mouth?
No, that sounds about right.
Now, there is, however, a way that you can guard everything at the same time. You can ensure that I cannot take this knight and ensure that I cannot take this pawn, all without taking the knight on d5. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Could you name that move? It doesn't look like a good move.
It's d8.
But
with the
what was that?
Queen d8.
But then you still allow me to take the knight and simplify the position and ruin your pawn structure. You might not lose the pawn, but you see that you're eventually going to have to capture with a pawn.
Okay.
And it's a retreating move, and it looks incredibly unglamorous. So that's the reason why.
Oh, so is it just dropping the knight back to e8?
Yes, and how are you going to follow this up? Notice this knight on d5. It's annoying the shit out of me. How are you going to remedy that situation?
You're going to push the pawn c6?
Bingo. And then the knight's going to move back, and then you're going to move your knight back to f6. Now, you're still lost here. You're down in exchange of the pawn, but the game goes on. If you have blundered against XQC, which will never, ever happen, ever.
Right.
But in the extremely unlikely event of an emergency landing, your mentality has to be, I want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, because the more pieces there are, the greater a chance that he counter blunders. You don't want to collapse and let him trade everything on the board, because my guess is XQC probably worked on winning simple positions with Hikaru, and when there's a lot of pieces on the board, he's just so much more likely to blunder. So that's really the key. If you've blundered a piece, you've blundered a rook, whatever, you go through the immediate checklist. Okay, can I save the rest of my pieces? Can I make sure the pieces are on the board? Can I set some sort of counter trap? All of those things need to start going through your minds. And, you know, you always need to remind yourself in the event of a big mistake, grandmasters have come back from huge blunders. I've come back from huge blunders before, so it's possible. Again, that's the last I'm going to talk about blunders, because you'll start thinking about them, and then you're going to start making them.
No, so I'm not known for blunders, so I'm not too concerned there, of course.
Never. So that's sort of my 2 cents about this game. Was there any other points about this game you wanted to kind of discuss?
No, I think that's about it. I mean, everything else was just a product of those two big mistakes I made. Well, really just the main mistake in the beginning. Thanks for the resub, Jason.
I see Hikaru's training XQC. Man, it really is like the Cold War.
Oh, are they training right now?
I think so. I don't know. I know Hikaru was playing at tournaments, but I think he's watching XQC right now. So would you like to review the opening phase, the preparation that we did, or do you feel fairly confident in that you want to play some more, just get more warmed up? What floats your boat? So
when you say the opening, are you talking about with what he'll likely do with the Scotch opening?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go through that one more time.
Okay. So basically, first, maybe you can tell me how much of this you remember. I'll play white, and you can try to reconstruct the correct moves.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so d4, very likely move. I was monitoring XQC's games today and yesterday. He also continued playing the Scotch. Not quite. That is one of the top moves.
It's pushing bishop
Yes.
next, right? Yeah, I went a little out of order.
One moment.
Yeah, I'm excited, Select. I'm looking forward to it.
So basically, yeah. So now here I would like move my knight away.
Yeah. So it's... I needed to start with the bishop, not the knight, right?
Yeah. So you need to start with bishop. Why? Because let's say I take the knight.
Mm-hmm. And then I take with this to... I take with the D pawn, right, to free up the bishop, or do I take with the B pawn to free up the file?
So here there's a tricky little move. Try to remember this particular position.
Oh, right. That's right.
Exactly. And you're threatening checkmate, and let's say he defends it with his queen. This is where we talked about the possibility of not going into an end game.
Yeah.
So here you would want to capture the knight with a queen. And very, very important, in this position there is a move that you really want to avoid, which blunders a queen. And you want to determine the correct placement for this knight on g8. Where does this knight belong?
Does the knight belong on e7?
Bingo. So the move that you want to avoid is d6, right? This
Right.
blunders a queen. So you go knight e7, and the reason why is because, first of all, you have this potential
Thanks
of
for
then
the
going
move.
f5 and opening up the f file. In addition, here you're walking into this very annoying move e5. So you go knight e7, then let's say he develops his bishop, continue.
Now I castle.
Bingo. And now what would be a decent move here?
This is when I move my queen, right?
Now you could. You could basically move your queen to the other side of the board. Yes, I like this a lot. And then you have a very specific plan. Your plan is to prepare the move f5, but how are you going to prepare it? Let's say he plays bishop to d2. He develops his pieces. What move are you going to make now?
Well, now I want to bring up this h-pawn, right, to cut off the g5 so I don't have my knight anywhere. Is that...
Well, the thing is this square is already defended by the queen.
Thanks to the,
So you can
for
just
the
keep
reset.
developing here.
Okay, so it's still just normal development at this stage?
Yep.
Okay, so then I push this guy up to free up bishop.
Perfect. And then you could either put the bishop here, or you could immediately play the move f5 and work on opening the f file for your rook,
Okay.
which you can then combine with your bishop to put pressure on the pawn. Now notice if XQC develops, let's say his bishop to c4,
Actually, tier 1 jawbreaker.
this actually is something you should keep in mind. This blunders a pawn, and I'd like you to tell me how. This is a very cool little detail. This move, very likely from XQC, is a pawn blunder. And maybe you can notice something about this bishop that will help you find the move, a certain property of this bishop.
So him moving that blunders a pawn? Or,
Yes. At the end of the day, blunders a pawn. But do you notice anything, first of all, about the bishop on c4? What can you tell me about this, specifically its placement?
Well, it looks at my hanging pawn on f7. Well, it's not even a hanging pawn. It's protected by king, but it's...
It is hanging. Now he's threatening to capture it.
Oh, I see.
And that's going to be very important, too. Always count the number of defenders and attackers. But this
Okay.
bishop, do you see that it's undefended?
Yeah.
It's not defended by any pawns. Do you see that you have a queen here x-raying the bishop?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that should start setting the alarm bells off. Oh, maybe I have a certain discovery. And you actually do.
Is it dropping or pushing bishop to b4 to pin the knight?
But then you're missing sight of the target, because then he's going to take your pawn.
Right.
So you need to move your bishop away, but hopefully to do it with force, with tempo, so that he can't take your pawn. Where can this bishop go? Look at all of the squares. Because you know that on the next move, you will be able to claim his bishop.
Right. So is...
Name all of the squares this bishop can go to one by one.
Okay, we're looking at d4, e3, f2.
Wait a second. F2. What is on F2?
That's a pawn.
So if you take on F2, that's a check.
Right.
He's got to take your bishop and then
Oh, right. Yeah, he had to take with the queen. That's right. Sorry.
or the king, doesn't matter. And then what do?
Then I take the bishop.
Bingo. And
I
that's
see.
the reason I harped on this so much, is because that is a tactic I generally want you to be aware of. When you have an X-ray like this, and we've talked about a different form of the X-ray, but this is something to bear in mind. Whenever there's an undefended, especially if there would be a queen there, that would be devastating. You could win a queen like that.
Right.
There's a lot of
I need
variations
to
where you
remember that.
actually set traps and you win queens exactly like that.
Is
Where
it
there's
tier
a
one,
queen
Lily?
hiding behind a piece, behind another queen, and that piece moves away with check, exposing the attack.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that principle because I didn't even register the check. They have to respond to the bishop 100%. I
Right.
just didn't even register.
That's the thing. They have to respond to the bishop because it's a check, and that's why checks are so effective. It limits the possibilities for your opponent. So that's basically what happens if queen f3. What if XQC goes bishop to e3?
So at bishop e3, I need to protect my hanging bishop now. So I just bring up the d pawn to protect that and free up my bishop.
Whoa, but remember, you have a knight to recapture.
Oh,
you have
right.
given up a knight.
You're right. Yeah.
So you want to do everything by force.
So now I take with the queen on the knight and it protects my bishop.
You could do that, but the better thing to do is to take his bishop. Because
Oh,
you're
yes.
threatening checkmate.
I see.
He has to recapture. Look at his pawns now. He's ruined his pawn structure if he's created weaknesses around his king. And this is the principle we talked about. What do you recapture the knight with? Do you remember having talked about that? Because you want to develop your pieces as quickly as possible. That's the hint.
Mm-hmm. So then I recapture with the d pawn because that frees up my bishop. But I could do that with the b pawn as well, which frees up my rook too. But it's not a
Right,
better.
but right here it's important to free up your bishop more because you haven't developed your minor pieces yet.
Yeah.
So very sensible move, BC, by the way. I like this too. And actually he has a hard time defending this pawn after knight c3, rook b8. Ooh, I'm going to actually help you practice the x-ray idea, not to confuse you with more lines. What if he plays rook b1? Here you have a brilliant tactic that basically wins the game. Hint. Hint, hint, wink, wink.
Is it crashing rook into that pawn and then I take the knight with my queen?
Excellent. You're in great shape for this game. And then you fork the rook and the knight. This is called
Yeah.
removing the defender. Again, it's about undefended pieces, and it's about the exposed king. Do you remember what I told you? I think about, or that might have actually been boxed. There's two diagonals you have to watch when the king is on its initial square. This diagonal and this diagonal. All these checks on these diagonals often come with forks. So this is removing the defender, and you win the rook. Well done. So you could do that if you wanted, but my recommendation is to play DC. But now you're going to play BC because it's too cool. So actually, this might be worth it. Remember, you're attacking the pawn here. So XQC might very well forget that and develop his bishop, and then you would take the pawn. The only thing you want to attend to is in this position, for example, he might play queen h5 and try to checkmate you. I beseech you, if you forget everything else, watch your pawn on f7. Do not let him capture that pawn with the queen and deliver checkmate. Always, whenever he develops his queen, when he castles, constantly be monitoring this pawn, because that pawn, if you lose it, can lead to immediate forced checkmate, and then no difference in strength will help you.
Yeah, so what's the optimal way of defending that? Is it bringing the knight to h6 or is it just dropping the king?
Ooh, I like this move because you also prepare to castle, but I would actually go g6 here specifically because, actually, no, I agree, knight h6 is best. That's a great move because you're simultaneously defending and preparing to castle. Now, you might look at this move and say, well, I'm bringing the knight out onto the rim. Didn't you tell me that's bad? Chess is a game of tit for tat. Like, sometimes you do stuff that's suboptimal in service of something else. Also, remember, you've won a pawn and you're going to win his rook. He has no way to guard his rook. So, shit like bringing the knight out to the rim, that doesn't matter anymore. You're going to win a goddamn rook. But if he castles here, I would not even advise taking his rook here. This is very complicated. He's taking the pawn of his bishop. Your king is very weak. What would you do here? What would be the safest sort of Russian school of chess move?
It'd be to take the pawn on c2.
But you're still not dealing with the pawn on f7. I'm talking specifically about this pawn on f7. How do you defend it?
I just
guess
castle.
I confused you with that wording.
Yeah, no, you just castle, right?
Bingo. You castle, and then you worry about taking all of his pieces.
Gotcha.
So, safety first. XQC likes to attack. He's very aggressive. I've looked at his games a little bit more. He throws pieces at you. You don't need to be afraid of that. If you have your pieces developed, first of all, you check for blunders, which he's going to make. And second of all, if everything is protected and everything is defended, as you saw from that game where we talked about that technique, right? You took his knight and then took his bishop. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Simply throwing your pieces at your opponent, if you're not developed, is just not as intimidating as it looks. That's just not how chess works. So Sorry, that was a lot to process, but hopefully it makes some sense.
No, I definitely understand. Yeah, for sure.
So, um, do you want to finish off with a couple more warm-up games, or talk about something else specifically that's bothering you?
Let's hop into some warm up games. I'm gonna take a
That
piss real
sounds
quick
great.
and fill up this water, and then I'll be ready to hop in the crucible.
Perfect.
All right, I'll be back in just a sec.
All right, I am excited.
And maybe in a bit Tuesday. Sorry, I
I
just
think
saw
this
that.
is going to be a great game. I'm definitely going to be cheering. I'm gonna be in some lessons, you guys, during Charlie's match, but I'm going to be watching from the corner of my eye. Thanks. Well, thank you, Al Hashmi and Peanuts. Al Hashmi, 200 gifted subs today. Insane stuff. I really appreciate it, man. You are unbelievable. I don't know what to say. I'm not letting on how excited I am at that, but you're the man, and thank you, Peanuts, as well. Thank you, everybody here who's watching and cheering us on. It really helps make stuff more interesting and add some motivation for the both of us. So thank you, guys. And above all else, the key is to put in maximal effort. It is about winning and losing, but in the end, it's about the results. Thank you for the bits, Chudon. Thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate it, man. So that's sort of my game in this whole situation. Still has issues with stalemate positions. Okay, I'll note that down in my notebook. I'll ask him that at the end. The PogChamps game is at 5. Oh, thank you, XXMY. You're too sweet. It does mean a lot to me. We're almost at 2,000 subs. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I will, of course, be rooting for Charlie, but at the end of the day, I just hope we have a good game. I like the chess. Stalemate, let me put it down. Stalemate. 5 p.m. Eastern, so that's in 2 hours and 18 minutes. Thank you, Gen Z. That's 2 hours and 18 minutes. Yeah, we'll check in with Rook and King. But we'll talk about the puzzles afterward. We have to prioritize things. That's really the key. All right. Do you think XQC is prepared? Yeah, I'm sure he's. I mean, I know he plays a lot of chess. He does a lot of puzzles. I mean, the guy loves chess. So XQC is nobody to sneeze at. He's a serious opponent, but I think Charlie's the better player for sure. He's got the better understanding of the game. Thanks, Milky Boy. Thank you, Masua. Yeah, so I am very, very busy with my own coaching, but if you want to send me an email, yep, thanks, Masua. You're welcome to do so, and
Well, and just one more
I
second.
can usually find time. Okay.
What are you doing? Crazy girl.
Oh, I sense him. I sense the man coming back. The party is over. The party is over. Yep. Well, playing is great. I mean, you got to play a lot. Of course, Peanuts. Well, do you do private coaching? Yes, Al Hashmi. So I do that full time. Actually, my main sort of job is private coaching. So please do send me an email. I'm not too restrictive with students. As long as a student is relatively dedicated,
All right, I'm back.
I can usually take him on. But
Thanks for the tier 1, Jimmy.
definitely send me an email. Don't be shy about it. All right.
All right, I'm ready.
Damn it, he's back.
No, that's what I like to hear. A warm welcome.
Exactly. I'm so polite. Okay, so let's see. Let me follow you. Oh, there we go. Groovy. Oh, yes, of course. The famous one.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, bishop c5. Now, this move, you could have actually captured that pawn straight off the bat. Knight takes c5. That would have been possible.
Yeah, it would have been open.
But it's not like it's a bad idea to just keep developing. It's good to stick to the principles. You don't want to make too many exceptions.
Yeah, maybe then something gets out of control. I put my knight in a shitty spot. You never know what could have happened.
Right, exactly. You don't want to venture, too far from the core. Oh, he's already stumped by this exotic system of development.
He's never seen such incredible maneuvers.
Indeed. So here, Okay, knight g4. Now, a lot of people like to do that because they think they're attacking the pawn on f2 when they're in fact not. So you can get rid of this knight like, you know, like a gnat that you're kind of brushing off.
Yeah, so someone played this last night. What they ended up doing is just taking f2 and giving me 2 pieces for my rook. Do I just let that happen and just maybe look to play something more like d5 here with the knight?
You could let that happen. Now, knight d5 is a good move. You could even chase the knight away from g4. Encourage him to do that because it's good for you. 2 pieces for a rook here is very, very good for you because it's a middle game, and in the middle game, the minor pieces are the ones that are doing most of the heavy lifting. So I would personally actually encourage him to take your pawn. But you could play your move knight d5. That's also possible.
I do like the idea of trying to prod him into doing it.
And my guess is he's going to do it. He's going to think he benefits.
Thanks to the reset.
I don't know why people learn this when they're beginners, but people are in love with this idea of capturing that pawn. You might smell a rat here, though. You might smell a rat. But now this gives you a chance. You've made a very helpful move. You've stopped his bishop from coming out to g4.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about doing now?
Pinning knight to queen.
And this is already a very unpleasant situation for him.
What the fuck is this?
Okay.
So then I drop back to keep the pin. Yeah, that's always optimal.
Exactly. Now, remember we had this game. A lot of people will chase your bishop away further with g5, and you'll remember one of the techniques of dealing with that. You don't just have to meekly drop your bishop back further. You can, but you remember the other thing you could do, right?
No, you're gonna have to hit me with that again.
Okay, we'll talk about it after. He didn't do that, so.
Okay, but yeah.
It's allowed you to do something we've done many times before.
Yeah, which is immediately get in here.
Exactly.
Can't take with the knight or he loses his queen.
That's the power of a pin. And he's got to play g5 here, but that's not a move a lot of beginners would necessarily find. Because moving pawns in front of the king is scary enough as it is. And he's already cursing his fate, would be my guess.
I'm telling you, boys, I'm coming in hot today. Today's a big day of chess for me.
Okay. So what comes to mind? Now, we've had this situation in one of your earlier games. Let's see how you deal with it now. What do you want to take and why?
So, going off memory, he's blocked the queen from being able to be one of the defenders here. So, taking with knight, he takes with... No, taking with bishop, take with knight, put in check.
Actually, you had the right instinct. Remember in that last game, and I'll actually show you, just to refresh, you want to take with the knight and with the bishop. You had the same instinct of taking with the bishop first, but in reality, the bishop is the real load-bearing attacker. You want to keep the pin at the end of the captures.
So we start with the knight then?
Yes, so that at the ends, and we've had almost an identical situation with colors reversed. I think it was with, I'm trying to remember who it was with, but I'll find that game. At the end, does that make sense? You'll have that bishop still pinning his queen, and his king is now going to be even more exposed. And then I want to see if you find the right plan of continuing the attack.
Ooh, I actually know exactly what I'm looking for, right? I want to drop the knight to d2, push the pawn up, open up this file, which then opens up a new defender here and an attacker on his king side, yeah, with the rook.
So that's possible, but I was talking about a slightly different idea, which is to involve... You're right about moving the knight away, but you want to move it to the right square, and then you want to involve the queen in the attack. That is more urgent and stronger than trying to involve the rook.
Okay. So...
But remember, when we talked about it then, you want to move the knight onto a square where it can as well participate in the attack. This is one of those cases where you do violate an opening rule.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to move it to the corner, h4, right?
There you go.
Okay.
And that knight later on can cop to what square?
And then I can eventually get the knight over to... I can eventually get him to either the g... Well, I can't get him to g6. I have no way of getting that out.
Not to g6, but...
I can get it...
I like that you're thinking here.
Yeah, it would be f4, right? And then I can protect up there.
You can't play f4, that's illegal.
Where am I? Oh, I meant f5.
Oh, yeah. So you could get your knight there potentially. Now, Are you thinking about playing knight f5 here?
I was thinking, well, the first thing I was going to do was bring queen over, because he's probably just going to get bishop out since I'm not taking it. And if
I like the idea of bringing the queen over. Could you bring it over with tempo?
Yeah, I'd bring it over to h5, and then I'd push through pawn, right?
That works, but there's a better square for the queen. I'll give you that hint. Much better than h5. Look very closely at all of
Oh.
the squares you could bring the queen to.
Yeah, I see it. It's just putting it in the one right before to be g4 because it checks the king.
That's exactly right. And now he's got to give his queen up. And something very similar happens, I think. It's almost uncanny, the similarities. Now we're going to have to investigate that other game. Basically, if he moves his king, it's checkmate. He's got to move his knight out. That loses his queen. And again, we see again and again the power of the pin. Like,
Yeah.
a pin is just probably the greatest tactical device ever invented. Yeah, he's not.
Thanks to the
loving
prime,
himself
Shiro.
right now. He's not feeling groovy.
No, he is not really feeling himself right now. So it's not forced though, right? He like the knight block isn't forced, so he could just checkmate himself here with moving the king, yeah.
Absolutely, you could always checkmate yourself, but he, credit to him, stops the bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's a full queen, and now I want to see how you deal with the fallout, the nuclear fallout here, because sometimes that can be hard to orient yourself. You've won a big piece. How do you then proceed to actually win the game? That's an area where everybody struggles to some degree. That's called technique, converting an advantage. But I want to see how your instinct operates here.
So I'll give you where my thought is. So he takes with rook. I take his bishop, which is c4. It's a hanging bishop. It's just another piece.
Good idea. Yeah, you want to pick up the pieces. You could have also taken his knight first, but it doesn't really matter.
Well, he can't move that.
Sorry.
Knight.
What else were you going to say about this?
Well, I was just going to say the reason I didn't take his knight is because he can't move it right now. The knight is stuck there because, I mean, it's pinned to the king. So I didn't think it'd be like a good idea to go for that.
You're absolutely right. Another thing, by the way, remember your knight on h4 is a potential asset. You don't even have to take his knight. You can use your knight to continue the attack.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to trade pieces when you're up material. But you can if you want to. That's alternate ways of winning this position. And
so what I'm immediately thinking in this position is bringing knight to f5 to check. He'll likely push the knight up to f6, just knowing how most players go, and then I get a free pawn out of it.
Great idea. And it's a great idea to put the knight on f5. Taking that free pawn, I might not necessarily do, because how do I put this? You've already won the lottery, okay? You have billions of dollars in your bank account, and you're going 3-hour drive to pick up a $10 bill. You don't need that. Now here, you could actually go straight for checkmate, and I want to see how. You do have basically checkmate in a couple of moves. Do you see his vulnerable points and how you could attack them? Remember what I told you about the queen and the knight. It's one of the strongest tandems in chess.
Yeah. So I see the weakness here. The weakness is that h6 pawn, so it's 2 moves, right? I push up to h5, and then I take pawn.
Bingo. Excellent. And it's just he can't stop it. He's got too few resources here to stop the checkmate. He can checkmate himself in one move. Oh, he can take on f2 with check. Oh, that's a devastating defensive resource. Bishop takes f2 check. Wow, that is so interesting. Belreed would definitely find that in an instant.
Thanks to the tier 1 Jamie in the reset.
Yeah, you're seeing this stuff very quickly. People in my chat are complimenting you.
Oh, that's super sweet. It's all thanks to your training, man. Like, a lot of these I wouldn't have recognized before I met the noble turbo GM Daniel Naroditsky. It just speaks volumes to your training.
I told you.
This man's a genius. So take with the rook. That gets the rook involved.
Nobel Prize laureate. I've seen him in Sweden for the ceremony. He had to resign to attend the Nobel Prize ceremony.
That's what it was. Yeah, he said I can't get checkmated. It's never happened. I always quit.
Exactly. And basically, now let's talk briefly about. Okay, so let me try to find in your game history. Let me see. I won't take too much time on this, but let me see if I can actually find that game. Do you remember, out of curiosity, like even vaguely what I'm talking about?
Which game? What are we looking for?
So there was a game you played a couple days ago during our session that was very similar to this game. And that is where we talked about capturing on f6 with the knight first and then with the bishop. No. So basically you know what? I'm going to do this probably. I'm going to find it. Give me 1 minute and I'll show you.
Yeah, no rush. No, take your time.
Exactly how I think you make these connections.
Oh, thanks, Groovy. Oh, you're in the chat.
I'm going to go into your game history on a separate tab here. Let me see. So live completed games. And this is just going to help you cement this in your memory because it's just a very important thing to remember. Okay, so I think this was like 2 sessions ago. So it was probably, wow, good to see you play so many games.
It's Daniel Naroditsky. That's the sensei.
Mighty Hutch. So this was, I think, before your game against Hutch.
Oh, that was prepubescent Charlie.
Not to remind you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was like
Yeah,
old, like Stone Age Charlie.
yeah, we don't talk about that Charlie. That Charlie sucked ass.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about that Charlie at all.
No, I don't
Okay.
want to remember that guy.
It's Dave Nabor. Not quite. Not against Dave Nabor. Damn. Let's see. Maybe it was right after. Oh, it might have been after Hutch.
It's at 5 p.m. So 2 more hours.
Okay, let's see.
That's when
I'm
the game
trying to
is.
recognize your opponents. I'm just going through the game history here.
It shouldn't be hard. I think most of them are listed on chess database as like some super masters, I imagine.
Oh yeah. Of course,
Yeah.
of course. Oh, yeah, here I've stumbled on Chris Hurley.
Mm-hmm.
That was there. Wait, Mike Ranger, I think. No. There we go. Found it. Hotspurs 2.
Oh, of course.
That's it. Okay. Now I'm going to invite you to an analysis board. This is going to be all worth it. And how can you have forgotten the Hotspurs 2? You let me down.
Oh, I'd never forget the name. I simply forgot the moves I used to defeat him.
Right. Now the moves you used to defeat him will be shown here. You were playing black in this game, so you can flip the board so you're facing black. And essentially, he started screwing around. He did the same exact thing. Just colors reversed. It's the same exact situation, and you originally wanted to take with the bishop. But what I told you here was that this actually kind of cuts the legs off the attack, and it allows the king to tuck itself into a corner.
I do remember that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to put on my scene. Sorry, you guys. There we go.
Oh,
So
sweet. Thanks,
basically,
Monty.
just to recap for my chat, I was on full cam. Basically, this situation, knight e2, and now you took with a knight, and you did the exact same thing you did there. You went knight g4 this time, and you didn't recapture the bishop. So the similarities are 1-to-1.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the best things about getting better at chess is like, initially you get all these knee-jerk reactions. Whenever your opponent captures a piece, you want to capture it back. But what I like about what you're doing is you're not assuming that you have to recapture the bishop. You're onto greater goals here, which is, of course, checkmate. A lot of people would automatically capture the bishop. And that's kind of the fundamental. So now this should ring a bell. And you remember the game what we just played. I can paste it in, but it was just the same thing.
Yeah, it was pretty close to it.
It was, well, I might as well paste it in. I have it open here. BGN. Yeah, stay on that analysis board. I'm pasting it in.
No worries.
Compare it. Where is it? Groovy. There we go. Has joined the board. See if you see it. I'm not sure I'm on the right board, but pasting it in right now. Set position, PGN. Okay. You should be seeing it.
Yeah, this looks about right.
And it's just literally the same thing. I mean, here it was a slightly different version of it. Now, had he played...
No, this is just the same game.
No, actually, you're seeing it. You're seeing the right one.
Really? Oh wait,
Yeah.
I was white in this game, wasn't I?
This game, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what they are. And the one thing I wanted to talk to you about, because this is important in general, is how do you react if he plays the move G5?
This is what I need to know.
Because I'll give you a hint. You have a very interesting move that's actually not bishop G3. You can crash through on the king side.
Yeah, so I considered. Yeah, I was considering it. It's taking the G5 with the knight, right, and then I take with bishop and hold the pin.
Bingo. So if he takes back, then he's busted. You're just going to take the knight and you're going to crash through. The hard part is if he takes the knight first. And the point of this is that if you recapture the knight, then he takes your knight, and this is bad because you no longer have a pin and this pawn is protected. But once again, in the spirit of not recapturing pieces, you have a very strong move here. You simply continue the attack as if nothing is happening, and white is actually winning here. So let's get one of your best pieces here into the attack. What can you propose?
So now we're going to bring the queen into the equation here, right? And I think we're going to lift her to H5.
Exactly. And you're sacrificing another piece.
Mm-hmm.
Now you take the pawn, but look at all of your pieces here, and that actually constitutes enough to checkmate black. So let's say black, he can move his queen, but he can also drop his knight back to e7. Could you find the checkmate in this position? It is mate in well, basically mate in 2 moves. See if you can find it. The first move is very quiet. It's like not an imposing looking move, but it's the oil that runs the fire of the attack.
Yeah, so it's not anything to do with the f7 pawn. Isn't it drop or pushing bishop to f6 and then just throwing the queen in the corner?
Brilliant. Now black has 1 defense, knight g6, and here you could take the queen, but you could do something we talked about even earlier today, exploiting a particular pin. There is mate in 1 move. Believe it or not.
I think I see.
Mate in 1.
Well, it has nothing to do with the queen then in this situation, right? Isn't it just pushing the bishop through the f7 pawn?
So is that checkmate?
That's not checkmate, though.
You can take your bishop. So remember, you're looking again at the right pawn, but you're forgetting in your brain that this pawn is pinned. So this pawn is not actually defending anything. Imagine if the pawn were not there.
Right. God. Yeah.
Where would the checkmate then be? If the pawn were on d5 instead of on if the pawn were on the square I'm highlighting right now, shift in your mind's eye the pawn to that square. What would be the checkmate?
It'd just be taking with the bishop. No, it wouldn't. It'd just be...
No.
Yeah, it'd be...
If the pawn were not there, and let's say your bishop wasn't there either.
I'm confused. I see what the checkmate is here because he can't take my queen when I take his knight.
Oh, right. That would... Exactly. So you saw it. Sorry, I was over... Yeah, so this is...
Yeah.
Me.
Sorry, I got a little confused. I thought maybe I was wrong. Okay.
No. Sorry, and I might have misheard. So basically, I was just saying, if you remove the bishop and the pawn from the board, then it's checkmate easily. But now you see this pawn cannot take the queen.
Yeah.
That's just something you constantly have to remind yourself of because people forget about this.
Yeah, just the fact that the pawn is pinned to it because of the bishop. I didn't even think of it right away. But yeah, I see it now.
Right, and if he moves his queen, then you simply take the knight on d5. You're actually threatening a check on g6, followed by a checkmate on f6, or in the other order. And essentially, there is nothing that black can do. Black is paralyzed. This king is wide open. And this is generally the spirit of attacking. You just don't regret sacrificing your pieces. You go right after his king, and you just don't assume that you have to recapture. Now, this move is also fine. This is good for white, but again, it allows the king to more or less shelter itself. So that's the thing to remember about this.
Yeah. So then I guess the question to turn it more to today, do you think I should be trying to find these sacrifice checkmates, or should I just be looking to play fundamental and taking his pieces until endgame?
Knowing XQC, you should be sticking to the fundamentals. If you have... Okay, another thing is time management. So even though there's an increment, XQC is slow. Take time in the opening, but don't take 5 minutes per move. At some point, you have to force yourself to trust. You're never going to be fully confident in any move that you make, no matter if you're a grandmaster, whatever you are. But essentially, XQC is an aggressive player. He is going to come to you. He is going to make the mistakes. As long as you stick to the fundamentals, I'm not saying don't attack, and I'm not saying don't sacrifice if you think it leads to checkmate. But if you see a speculative queen sacrifice and you're not sure, don't do it. Because it's just not worth it. He's going to beat himself. It's only a question of time.
Okay.
Now, again, don't wait around. Play active chess. Don't try to modify your style too much. Play exactly how you've been playing these past few games.
Okay, that sounds good to me. All right, let's how about I hop in just another here?
Absolutely. Let's do it. Let's see it.
Spread some cheeks.
The more you play, the better. And Nick Gerbino, 855. You're rising up the ranks here.
So we just talked about this. In this position, it's best just to take, right?
Yeah, that's the simplest, and that's not the only line, but that's what you should be playing right now. And I would have claimed, so that's the reason. I would have first played d4.
To cut it off.
But that's okay, because he's also not developing his pieces. So he's attacking your knight, just move the knight.
Okay. No, this is another question. Do I drop him more towards the center of the board, or I don't want him in the corner, right?
Nope. So you want him in the center, you want him somewhere in the center, so that it hopefully doesn't obstruct the development of your other pieces. What square comes to mind?
That's e4 then, so I can still develop.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, he pins your knight, but again, you don't need to modify the way you play based on how he plays. You can just keep developing your pieces on active squares, and you don't even need to unpin yourself, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, he's just screwing around now. You're threatening checkmate. In his position, he's already in trouble.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think he's gonna see it.
Does, fucker. But he plays this terrible move f6. Now he will not be able to castle for the rest of his life.
So, question here that, well, no, it's a dumb idea. I was gonna say, do I just swing the queen over to get a check on the king, make him move another piece, but because you can't develop anything to block it, he'd have to move the king.
You could, but basically I would just prioritize development. And look at that e-file. Can you see how juicy it would be if you put a rook on e1?
Yeah, I get that.
I mean, that would just be devastating. There were other good moves you could have played there, but oh my god, this guy just doesn't care about anything.
This guy's a madman.
He is.
It doesn't change anything though, right?
I mean, he's just trying to intimidate you. But that's the thing beginners do, is like they feel like you'll start violating principles if they make these crazy random moves.
So because the e-file's open with this knight here, do I want to stick with the normal development of bishop first, or do I want to immediately move the rook?
I'd move the rook, because that you're threatening checkmate in one move here, which he misses. And I want you to find it. Mate in 1.
Yeah, I see it. Isn't it just pushing knight to d6?
Almost, but careful. No, because then he's got king
bishop.
to d7.
Well, he also has bishop.
But you're on the right track.
Yeah.
You're on the right track. And it is a double check that you're looking for. So a check that comes from two directions, the knight and the rook.
Yeah, it's got to be the knight moving, right? So is it... Oh, I see it. So his only move is d7 when I play this. So that means I have to cut off d7, which is knight c5.
That's not mate. That's not double check. You'll be able to block the check. So you need to do both blocking d7, but also to deliver a double check. And the reason you're not seeing this move is because in your mind, the square that you want to put the knight on is defended. But because it's a double check, you're forgetting about the rook also checking the king.
I see what it is. It's just taking the pawn on f6 because you can't take it back. Yeah.
That is mate. This guy was terrible, but basically, it's like, again, notice that you've prioritized the immediacy of the position.
Yeah.
It's not like, well, I always develop the bishops before the rooks. Here, you have this open file for the rook, so you could have put the rook there. You need to be flexible in the way that you're thinking about this stuff. But largely, against XQC, you want to adhere to these principles.
Right. Okay. So this was a bit of an oddity. That's good practice, though. At least it didn't take me as long to see that he can't take my knight since it is a double check. So it's at least
right, you're getting a lot better at identifying the double checks, and that's not a very common device in chess. That happens once every couple games, but it's a good idea to wrap your head around it. And of course, P. Courtenay 87 never falls into double checks.
Oh no, that's not happening in this one.
And he does play the Scotch, so this is excellent practice in reviewing what we talked about. Yep, nice.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see if you remember the move.
Yep.
Bingo, and let's hope he misses mate. This will be a good indicator of what XQC might do. Nice. So I like that it's an unfamiliar move to a lot of people.
Yeah, because this typical here would be just to jump with the pawn on the knight.
Yeah, or something random. I mean, this is the main move. It's not like I'm teaching sort of hacky line. This is what everybody does who's good.
Oh yeah, that's not going to be a question in this tournament. It's just going to be what is like the easiest shit to play.
Right, exactly. And don't get, even if XQC somehow finds out about this and prepares, again, as long as you stick to basic principles, you're fine. Even if you blunder, you're fine. It's literally about letting him beat himself, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking the same, just focusing on a fundamental opening, something like this.
Okay, so this is... He's not blundering checkmate, but he is still blundering the pawn.
Yeah. Is there any threat with that queen, though, that I'm not seeing? Because, I mean, I think the obvious move here is to push the queen up, put him in check, right? And I'm still defending my f7 pawn.
Yep, and it's check, so...
Yeah.
But again, the f7 pawn is already defended by the king. So I get concerned when you say that it's being attacked. Okay. Even if you have your queen defending that pawn, you wouldn't be attacking it because the king is defending.
Gotcha.
Now, a great idea to practice what we talked about. Which pawn do you want to take the knight with?
Do we want to do it the normal way, where we just take with the d to free up the bishop to develop, or the,
Yep.
the wacky way where we get the rook going?
Perfect, because also not only the bishop. Do you see what else you pave open by taking with DC? Look at his king. Where does it stand?
It's on this open file now.
Which you can maybe later on put a rook onto.
It's kind of what I'm thinking.
Checkmate him. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, he hasn't blundered mate, but he's put himself in a very difficult spot here. Okay, he give you a check, big shit.
Yeah, so now I just block with the bishop, which develops my bishop too, right?
So, yep, that's a great idea. Great idea. You could have also blocked with the knight, but here you actually are ready to castle long, if you would so desire.
Would castling long be better than just putting the rook here for a check?
Yeah, because then you'd make your king safe while you're at it, and you'd unpin your bishop. If his queen remains on e5, you'd want the bishop to later on be able to access the g4 square, and if you put rook d8, then your bishop's going to remain pinned.
Okay.
Yeah, and okay, so he's trying to trade queens.
Well, this opens up another check here to get him out as well, and I win a pawn out of this, don't I? So if I push queen to d4 check and take this pawn?
So I wouldn't prioritize the pawn. I'd prioritize the attack nonetheless. So basically, I would essentially continue on attacking. What is the best attacking move here?
For my queen or in general?
In general, what move comes to mind other than queen d4? And you know what? Play queen d4 check. Play queen d4 check. That's fine.
Well,
because I would also propose castling long here. Check. Because that move is also check, and you're continuing the attack, so you don't need to worry about moving just yet, if that makes sense.
Okay, I see. Because, I mean, if he does take the queen, we trade the queens, and I still get the check. I do like that better. It's just not something I considered, so I think I will play that.
Okay. Yeah, that's just something to remember. Not to get too distracted by the possibility of winning a pawn.
Right.
But we'll see how he blocks this check. He's not defending badly. He found a reasonable move, queen g3, actually. But you're right not to want to trade queens. That's the good thing about how you're thinking about this position. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, he's just stumped. Okay. Bishop d2. And now your move actually is an excellent one. Not refraining from the queen trade here to maintain attacking forces.
Wish that knight wasn't there.
So what specifically comes to mind?
Well, the first thing I immediately thought of was crashing queen in there, protected by rook, but he takes with knight. So the fact that knight's there, I can't do that.
Good.
Other than that, the other idea I had was, again, dropping to d4, which would then open up the b2 pawn to take. But it's...
That's a good one.
What were you going to say?
No, go ahead. What is your sort of reservation about the move?
I just feel like I have such a good position. I feel like I'm not utilizing it as well as I could. I feel like just going for that pawn isn't the optimal play, but it's the one I saw, so I'll play it.
It's the best one, because also it's not only the pawn you're going for. If you capture on b2, his rook is possibly going to be trapped. So also, if you capture on e4, not only do you win that pawn, but you open up another potential file for later on putting your rook on e8. So this is something we talked about before. There are some times when your opponent just defends well, and you just need to kind of nurture your advantage and kind of slowly accumulate the advantages. You won't always be able to checkmate him unless he blunders checkmate in one.
Yeah,
which
that's game.
That is game. And you see, you put a little bit of pressure on someone, they collapse. Boom, indeed.
Nice, yeah. I could totally see what he wanted to do, though. He wanted to protect the pawns, and then he just, that's something that I would definitely fuck up on.
Again, they're not checking what drawbacks their move has. What defenses has my move released? They're only seeing, oh, I'm defending b2, that's great. But they're not checking like what they're actually releasing.
Yeah.
In this case. And XQC might make the same types of blunders.
Yeah, hopefully I won't, because I've been known to do something very similar. Well, not to this degree. I've never blundered a mate like that, but definitely opening up something shitty like that I've done.
Mm-hmm.
Just a matter of recognizing that. So, just hop in another one, you think?
Absolutely. As many as you can play, as much practice as possible is excellent.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the game plan just for the next fucking hour and a half.
Right. I would advise spending the last 30 minutes on just resting, or doing puzzles or something. That's like my experience, but whatever like feels most comfortable for you.
So, in this position, what's better to have happen here? Do I push my knight to f6, let him take, and then I take his pawn? Or do I just take right out?
Either way is fine. Taking is fine because that also encourages him to develop his queen early in the game, which is not a good idea.
Okay.
This is called the center game, and he might play c3 here, which is the Danish gambit. No, he takes with his queen.
The Danish gambit?
Yeah, so intimidating, but Eol Cam, of course, that's below him.
Yeah, he wouldn't be playing that.
Right, so now he's like moved his queen a bunch of times, giving you a lead in development for free, basically.
So in this position, do I want to go bishop now instead of knight, since he'll just push the... Well, he can't push the pawn. I take the pawn if he does.
Yeah, so you want to get the knight out. Right,
Yeah.
This is good. Thanks for the $3 protected method. Appreciate it. Yeah, bishop c5. You could have also developed it to b4, pin the knight. Either, again, a lot of people love doing this move f4 without realizing that then they're going to have a hard time castling. So what is his idea here?
I think what he's trying to do is push up the pawn and keep it protected, so I have to move my knight.
Yeah, but can you stop him from doing that? Can you stop him from going e5 here?
Where are we at?
While also making a reasonable developing move.
Yeah, just pushing this pawn up, which cuts that off.
Bingo. And again, he's going to run into a lot of trouble with his king position. That's funny, Peanuts. The last time the Danish were menacing was under Knut the Great.
Kind of
The Danish can be dangerous, though. I'll phrase it that way.
What kind of fucking history humor is that shit? Who's Knut the Great? I know Knut.
Only.
I know Knut from like anime, Vinland Saga. Jesus.
I think that's got to be the way. He was known as a good chess player.
Of course. Yes, naturally.
All right, so
He didn't stop this, so I might as well develop an attack here.
that's a good move. Now, after the game, we'll talk about this moment. There's a couple of things I want you to understand about this position. The move you made isn't bad, but it's not the best one. But it's fine.
Okay. Alright, so then just drop him back, hold.
That was a bit of a mistake, but you're still fine. He can trap your bishop with a move g4. And if you move it back even once, do you see how he traps it? Okay, so here, he's forced you to sacrifice. How do you sacrifice for maximal material here? It's the same sacrifice we've talked about before.
So I lead with the knight.
Yes. So it's suboptimal. I wouldn't do this of my own free will, but you have to do it.
Yeah.
Do you see how he traps your bishop if you move it back one square?
Yeah, if I move it back, he just pushes up the pawn again.
Yep. So you have to sacrifice it. At least you'll get 2 pawns and you'll get the pin.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see how these people are getting a little bit stronger as you hit the 900s, but you've been making a lot of strides. Okay, whoa. Holy smokes. So he's trying to pick your knight up with interest, but he's forgetting that you can actually do something here to get rid of the pin.
Yeah, just pushing this pawn up. Right?
Which are you... I'm looking at your stream right now. Which move are you intending to make?
Isn't it just pushing my f6 pawn up?
Then he takes your knight and simultaneously attacks your bishop.
Oh, he takes my knight with the pawn, right? Yeah.
Yes. So, first question, can you move your knight?
No, because I'd lose my bishop. I have nothing protecting it.
Could you move your knight on a square such that it also simultaneously protects the bishop?
I can drop him back here to protect the bishop. Yeah.
You should. Because then you're just ended up a pawn.
I see.
So that's another thing. That's a similar one to the tactic we talked about before, where basically you do 2 things at once. You get a piece back and you simultaneously protect another piece, which can be hard thing to wrap your head around.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So what now? What comes to mind? If you look at his knight on g5, it has no squares to go to. Maybe that awakens some thoughts in you.
Yeah. So he has really nowhere to drop that knight without losing it, right?
Bingo.
So I'm just going to push up the h6 pawn to pressure that.
Excellent. And he's losing a knight.
And then,
From winning a knight to losing a knight.
so in this situation, it's definitely a castle long type of game, right? There's no reason to castle short here.
Yeah, you're absolutely, or even keep your king in the center kind of game. Either. Yeah, but you're absolutely right to think about it that way. I would not imagine a scenario. Okay, so he's trying to like confuse you. How would you react here?
Yeah, I still just take that with, well, no. Yeah, I just take that with the pawn. He only has that one pawn on it to defend it, right? So I take that pawn with my pawn, then I just take that pawn and his knight.
Exactly. The knight is not going anywhere. You're dealing with the top problems first. Nor do you mind the queen trade. That's fine for you because you're up several pawns and you're still attacking him. Now, if he takes your queen, what are you going to recapture with? Obvious question, but still.
The rook.
The rook, of course. And you're actually going to be threatening some checkmating ideas with the rook to d1 there. That square is currently going to be defended by the knight, but if his knight moves away from c3, notice I'm already observing stuff. If his knight moves away from c3, it's going to be checkmate. That might help you make some decisions down the line.
Yeah, it's about pushing the knight off, right? So I wouldn't want to pin the knight.
Yeah, no. So he's giving you a check. How do you deal with this check?
Probably in the simplest way here, right? I just block it with the pawn. I don't see any. Yeah.
And you get the byproduct of also attacking his bishop. Now you're attacking two pieces at the same time, which is, of course, huge. Okay, so he moves it back, and what can you do now?
I just take that. That's a blundered piece right there, right?
It is, but he's blundered it a long time ago. It's not like he could have saved it, unless in your infinite wisdom you saw a way for him to do that. I did, but who am I?
Yeah, fair enough. That shit was already dead to rights.
Holy smokes, you can choose which piece to take.
Yeah.
I didn't even see that. See, you saw something I didn't.
Really?
And he still loses his knight. Oh, wow. I didn't see the bishop hanging. I thought you had to take the knight.
No.
Right.
I was talking about the bishop.
No, you're absolutely right. I didn't. I'm just not used to players blundering on every single move. You got to understand.
I think what it is the student's starting to surpass the master. I mean, that's what I'm seeing, at least.
I think I should be playing XQC. Holy smokes, rating the party of 7-3-58. Thank you, chess. So what now?
Okay, so he found a way to defend the knight, but, I mean, he doesn't get too much out of that, right? Should I now just be focusing more on finding a way to checkmate here? Since I am in
First, take what's given to you. Take what is given to you and then focus on the checkmate.
Okay.
Order of operations here, my friend.
All right.
If you have a free piece that you can take the piece. Because then if you screw up, you can still fall back on your two extra pieces. Now let's focus on the checkmate.
Mhm.
Look at his king. Which file is his king on?
His king's on the E file, so I can castle here to put my rook there.
So we do end up castling short. That's an exception. It's just because the queens were traded, so now it doesn't really matter where the king is. You did this only in service of putting a rook on e8.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much said that from the get-go of the game, the onset here.
Yeah, you predicted basically the fallout of humanity. I mean,
I'm up
could
there.
you also tell me the stock market tomorrow, maybe,
I can
how the housing market will behave? Okay, wow, he is really giving you a lot here.
So this move right here, it doesn't really do much for him, right? Because I just put him in check. He's going to have to come off going to the left, and then I just get that rook, right?
Excellent thinking. You could even take the rook immediately, but what you're proposing is even better, because by checking him on e8, you slice the king off from its defense of the rook, then you'll have a full rook to take.
Yeah.
You could have done it in the other order, by the way. You could have taken the rook first,
bishop.
you would have captured the bishop with the knight, and then you check on e8, section off his king from the knight, and then you take the knight. You're going to be up a million pieces.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So in this situation, do I want to take with the bishop and then take with the rook since he's going to take with the knight?
Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely. Now you're up. Yeah. And now I actually just want to see you win this game.
Okay, so in this position, I need to get that rook, but I need to get the king away from it, from his defense. So,
good thinking. You're right there. Find a way to do that using all of your resources. Slice the king away from the rook. How can you do that?
I just put him in check again by bringing my rook up to E2 rank.
Bingo. And he's going to play king f3, and I'm going to give you one hint. In that position, you want to find another very good move. And you want to understand what that means. Why can't you just take his... Oh, he resigned. So he's just devastated. Well done. I mean, you found all the moves here on your own. Now, if king f3, if you can play this move on your board, we don't have to do a separate analysis board.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, let us do an analysis board because there's one other moment I want to talk about. I'm going to invite you.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, all good.
If that doesn't offend your sensibilities.
Nope, you've never offended me once.
Good to hear.
You'll have to try much harder.
So basically, let's talk about this moment for a second, okay? What you need to understand about this square is that the knight actually would be a better piece to put there. Now, I would castle first to maintain flexibility. Let's say he moves his bishop out, okay? Putting the knight here on g4 creates basically a devastating threat that he's inflicted upon himself as a consequence of pushing his pawn to f4. Do you see what the threat is here?
Is it getting the knight to the e3?
Not to e3. Look closer at where the knight can go. If the knight comes to e3, he's going to chop it off with the bishop, and you just have a regular trade. Where else could the knight go here?
You can just go to f2, which is protected by the bishop.
And what is that called?
That's called a fork. I've got his queen and his rook.
Exactly, and that's actually very hard for him to defend the square. He's got to make the very awkward move rook to f1, which basically deprives him of castling rights, as if his existing weaknesses were not enough. Now, in this position, you have a very cool tactic, but we don't have to look at it. It's a little bit advanced.
No. I'd love to see it.
Good. So how do I think about this tactic? Well, I told you a little bit earlier that there's two diagonals that you have to watch when you have your king on the initial position. You see these two arrows, right?
Yep.
One arrow, two arrows.
Mm-hmm.
Checks on these two diagonals can be devastating. Now, you might say, well, this diagonal that I'm highlighting right now, there's nothing going on this diagonal. What can you tell me about this diagonal? Is it accessible?
It is accessible. It has the...
Can you put a queen on h4 right now?
I can't because of the knight.
Okay, so that's where the seeds of a tactic are sown. What if you potentially distract this knight and then place a queen on h4? Maybe you can combine the two moves in such a way that they're effective. That's the hint I'm going to give you. Try to find black's best move here.
So, in order to get the knight off, I imagine what I'd be looking at is dropping my knight on g4 to e5 to attack it and force him away.
You're close. The problem is there's a pawn on f4, so I would take the knight.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Not only are you trying to force the knight away, you're trying to do it while inflicting maximal damage. It's like, if your knight is destined to die, at least take some stuff out with it.
Yeah, is it going to the pawn on h2 then?
There you go. Knight takes it. Nice. And then knight takes h2. Distraction sacrifice. Queen h4 check. Now king has to move out. And how do you finish off the combination?
Well, there's no checkmate here, right? So I just take the knight.
Take the knight, and you've got a very exposed king. You've got an extra pawn. You've got hanging pawns. This is not like winning, but it is pretty strong.
Yeah.
So that is a pretty serious advanced tactic right there. And if you don't see something like that during the game, that's fine, as long as you understand why bishop g4 has a serious drawback. And here, always watch this. If you drop your bishop back, don't do it mindlessly.
Mm-hmm.
Because had he taken your knight, you would not have had enough for the piece. While his king is weak, it's fairly well protected by his piece. So
nameless someone.
You would have been in a little bit of trouble here. Instead, of course, he allowed you to drop your knight back.
Okay. So I guess the only time when I really wouldn't want to drop that bishop back is when he can have an attacker push up to the f5 tile, right?
Yeah. Or where you actually just want to sacrifice independently on g4, as you would, for example, when white or black is castled, as we saw in the previous game, for example.
Okay, I get you.
But yeah, you would just want to watch for that. Like that. Sometimes you have a pawn here on h6, and then you can get away with bringing the bishop back because you have this little retreat square on h7. And in turn, that's where like strategic considerations come in. Because sometimes, let's imagine a scenario where you did have h6 in the game, and you might say, well, I don't lose my bishop. But do you see anything wrong with the position of this bishop?
Yeah, he's in a really shitty position here because not only can the rook not go out and defend that pawn on h6 if I push him up, but I also have to make two moves to get him into any like actual attacking position.
Exactly. So not only the bishop is buried, not only do you have to bear in mind these tactical considerations, you have to bear in mind positional considerations, which are related to piece placement. How good is my piece going to be at the end of this line? Now, I'm going to keep the piece. I'm not going to lose it, but it's going to be shitty, as you said. So exactly. And that's why in this position I would have taken the knight. And then I would have castled and developed normally, maybe put a knight on your favorite square d4.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's that arrow. Okay, so overall though, that was probably a pretty sound game up, except for that bishop drop back.
And did you have any questions about the attacking phase? You played this very well. I mean, By the way, had he played knight g to e4, do you see the right pattern here? Black to move and basically checkmate into. White can avoid it with something, but what is the best move here for black?
It's checkmate in 2 from this position if he played this.
Not by force, but you'll see what I mean if you find the right move. Do you see any potential checkmating squares that might be currently covered by white's pieces? I mentioned this during the actual game.
Yeah, if I can get down to the 1 rank there with the rook.
Right, but that square is currently covered by the knight. Can you remedy that situation?
Oh, I have to push the knight off, so this is when I would push the bishop to d4 to get the knight away.
Much better way to do it. Look very closely at this position. Combine 2 parts of your brain. One is, can you capture any piece? Do it directly.
Yep, take the knight with the knight, force the knight
Bingo.
to take it. Yep, okay.
And now, of course, you could not take your knight, but then you have other checkmating ideas like bishop to f2. So this is something you want to think about. Are there any potential checkmating squares? Fact A, yes. Fact B, pieces XYZ are covering that checkmating square, and a distraction tactic happens when you find ways to ward off pieces from their defense of a particular square.
Gotcha, okay.
So yeah, that's sort of what you should bear in mind.
I mean, this guy got his cheeks spread wide open though. This was a pretty aggressive game. I liked how it developed. I think this was a good one.
I liked it as well. Do you want to spread some more cheeks wide open?
Oh, Daniel, you know me, man. If these cheeks aren't being spread, then Charlie's just not here.
You're just not happy, yeah.
Yeah,
I got probably time for 1 or 2 more games before I will spread some cheeks of my own.
you had a hard time getting that word out. You don't have to say spread cheeks.
Too graphic.
Yeah, you.
Jan ED from France. Okay.
Okay, so we've gone over this line before, right? So it's best just to take in this position.
He's learning from you, which is not a good idea. He basically saw our game and decided to imitate you. Yes, take that. And he hasn't properly. Okay, well, he actually is playing an interesting variation. But now, what does he want?
So what he's looking for is, well, he can't get the fork because my queen is here. I think he's just looking to trade knights.
But not immediately, though. He's looking to make a very, very annoying move that you oftentimes make. He's just doing it in another order, which may be more difficult for you to spot. If you castled here, which would not be a good idea,
right?
What move would he make?
If I castled here, he would probably... Yes. I don't know. With this D knight,
he would pin your knight with bishop g4, and then you'd have the same situation you would inflict on your opponents.
Right.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense. Okay, he'd bring bishop in.
Prevent that from happening beforehand, before you castle. Yep. So this move h3, as you see, has a lot of purposes. It's a very good move to play in a lot of cases where you want to stop your opponent's bishop from getting. Now, it's not always a bad idea to allow bishop g4. It's not like you want to allow the pin at all or stop the pin at all costs. It's just that in this specific instance, whenever there's a knight on d4 and a bishop on g4, you don't want your pawn structure ruined like that.
Yeah, I get you. So now, by playing this move here, I do have a hanging pawn there on e5. Is that something that I'd want to consider taking?
Perhaps after you finish your development. You could have taken it on the previous move, but that's kind of a professionals only type of move where I wouldn't recommend doing it while your king is in this. Oh my goodness. This guy is so stubborn. Have you seen this before?
What is he thinking right now? I take with the pawn, he takes pawn with knight, and I get the bishop.
I need to stop you at the word thinking. I think that's not happening right here.
Okay.
The thinking is not happening. He has no idea. Just take the goddamn bishop.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a...
What did I tell you, Charlie? When you stop people's threats, they go crazy. I told you this before, and now you see it.
Yeah, I suppose
and now,
so.
What can you tell me about the knight on g4? Look at the x-rays.
Yeah, so g4 right now, I can immediately put it in danger by just getting my knight moved because my queen is now... I can get my...
But what is the effective way to move the knight away?
I want to trade... Well, I don't want to take his... What is that?
Why not?
Well,
his knight?
So, I guess this is one of my hangups. So I take his knight, he takes it with pawn, I take his knight, and then he takes my knight with his pawn.
And then you take his pawn, and you've simplified the position. A and B, you've won a pawn. So you're trying to sometimes squeeze more out of the position than you can. I've identified that.
Okay.
You need to be satisfied with stuff like, oh, the position has been simplified. Oh, I've won a nice pawn. And another byproduct of that is at the end you get to open a diagonal for one of your pieces or a file for another one of your pieces,
I get you.
which is a dilemma that you have potentially in your game against XQC, and you can decide how you want to do that.
Yeah, I think that probably is one of my main hang-ups, is just trying to get more juice for the squeeze. You know what I mean?
I completely understand you're ambitious, and balancing that, knowing when to go for the maximum is a hard thing, and that comes with experience. So there's no like shortcut there.
Yeah. So in this position, I want to take with the D pawn to free up my bishop to develop.
Bingo. And you're up a piece here. Your queen is very nicely. Your pieces are just nicely placed in general.
Thanks for the resub, Dovahkiin.
Okay.
Oh, it's good to see you, Katie. I want to block with the bishop, right?
Precisely. Where are you thinking of castling on this lovely morning? Okay. Hold your horses.
It was going to be a long castle. This is just another free pawn, right? Like,
yes.
There's. So, I guess
I like your attitude. You're questioning it, smelling a rat, but sometimes you just have to say, yes, this is a free pawn, which it is.
Okay. I suppose then. Okay, so I need to move queen. Now, is this one of the positions we've talked about where I want to move queen in a way where she's still attacking? Because I'm up right now, so it's not favorable to like look for a queen trade here or anything like that, right?
Good. To simplify, that's fine, but I would put the queen on a square such that he cannot castle along, because the queen on this I would remain on this diagonal in order to stop him from castling long.
Okay, so that's just another thing to focus on then, so you can't castle this way.
Exactly, and then you accumulate pieces for the attack. Now, I would caution you against never trading queens in such a situation, because you know that trading queens could also simplify your task. Like, if you trade a bunch of pieces, we've talked about it, you basically boil down to a situation where you then just have, like, rooks and pawns, and then you make new queens and you checkmate. Oh, my goodness. So he thinks he's cool. Is he?
No, I mean, that's another free piece with my rook.
You just missed. You forgot that the H file is open, because who's opened the H file? He's opened it by blundering the other bishop. Jesus, he's gonna have nightmares about this game.
This guy's having a real time on this.
He just blundered something else, but that's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, I see it. It's a queen, right? Check.
Oh, that's filth. That is filth.
Yeah, this is getting gross.
This is the definition of a bad day right here. This is just gross. This is too much for my delicate sensibilities.
Welcome to the 800s, man. And I
was 800. My first rating in real life was 803.
Really?
Yeah. That was my first ever rating. I didn't come out of my mother's womb a Grandmaster, believe it or not.
I actually can't even believe that.
I know. It's an incredible thought, really. But everything you did in this game was correct, but the critical position was this move H3. The more you can stop XQC's ideas, prevent him from doing what he wants to do, get in his head. What does he want to do? Where does he want to develop his pieces? Stop him from doing that. Don't go out of your way to do that. But if you stop him, the wells run dry, people run out of ideas, and then they go crazy like this guy did. He's like, no, I insist on putting my bishop on cheek.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying, man. So just immediately just getting up in his ass and just shutting it down. I get you.
Literally getting it. Yeah, you said it better than I ever could have.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm here for. So how many games you got? How many more do I want to hop in?
Probably one or two. I got time probably for one more.
Okay.
If it's a longer one, or two more if they're short.
Okay, I'll go for some quick checkmates to get the most time out of you.
Russian. Uh-oh. Now I'd be scared of Lara Claire.
This is one of those fearsome kind of guys.
Lara, I think it might be a woman, if her name is actually Lara. Lara is like short for a female name, Russian.
So there's no reason to prod this, right? So I shouldn't bother. Just keep developing as normal.
Yeah, you could. There's many things you could have done there. You could have even moved the knight from c3 to d5, but doing that so early is not that advisable, because that knight could then be pushed away. So see, she's wasting a lot of moves taking your knight, thinking that she's ruining your pawn structure, but she's gifting you a huge... Again, people play this d5 move. They don't count the defenders and attackers.
This is actually pretty wild, man. It's exactly the same way you drew it up. So in this situation, then it's best just to take. You can't take it back.
Yep. You could have also taken the other pawn, and we'll talk about that after the game. See, and that is the reason why. Now she attacks her knight. You have to move the knight on such a square that you don't blunder the pawn on d5. Where could you move the knight? Which active squares do you have?
So I would want to move the knight either to e5 or... Well, I can't move him to Can't move him to g5. Can't
Why
move him.
not? Careful. Look at how the position has changed. You've captured the pawn on c3, opening up the bishop, so you can move it to g5.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, because it's protected. Yep, you're right.
So either square, e5, g5, you've named them.
I'll do that because I think maybe
Because
she
you attack the pawn also. I like it. You're going to make some eclair out of black's king pretty soon if she's not careful. I don't think I've ever had it. I don't even know what eclair really is. It's a dessert of some sort.
I've only heard about it in like the Rugrats cartoon when I was a kid.
Okay, so she's like, yeah, go take my pawns. I don't care about them. I don't need them. Yep, and 2 pawns up. 1 move threats. You know, these people, as long as you can prevent the 1 move threats, you're fine. Now, where do you want to put the knight?
Well,
Give me the best square.
Do I need to move the knight? I can just push a pawn up, but is that not a good idea?
You want to play f3 here?
Yeah, I was thinking f3.
Do that out of provoke, though. That's a pawn in front of the king. You weaken the king position. So I would actually move the knight, but try to move it onto such a square that it gains a tempo. So don't move it just anywhere. Maybe move it a square where it attacks something, so you get more time to develop your pieces.
Yeah, it's moving the knight to g3 then, so I'm at least attacking the bishop.
Exactly. And you've got this huge pawn center. Okay, she checks you. Big deal.
This is a block with bishop, which also develops the bishop.
Yep. Exactly, paving the way for castles. Again, she's put her queen and her king on the same file, so you could already start potentially thinking of scenarios where you put a rook on e1 and you basically skewer the queen, pin the queen. And yeah, it's trouble. The bishop is hanging. You're up 2 pawns. You're in great shape. Claire. It's pretty late in Russia. I think we can chalk that up to that. Okay.
That's probably what it is. So this is a question I have. Do I just take that pawn? Is it integral to keep this mid board here with the pawn at d5?
Or what else can you take?
Oh, the bishop. Right.
You could take the pawn first and then the bishop. But if you take the pawn and she's savvy, she would move the bishop back then.
Yeah, I get you.
So again, it's tunnel vision, right? When a move is made, try not to have this knee-jerk reaction. Oh, I can take that piece.
Right.
Look at all the other hanging pieces first.
That's another thing I do way too often. So far, I've been pretty well about it today. Like, I haven't been focusing too hard on one.
You're playing well over. Okay, look very carefully at this position. Very, very carefully. Examine all the possible moves.
So I'm thinking what this lady is looking for is my pawn on g2, right?
Yes, but look at the queen. Remember what I always tell you. When the queen is in the center like this, way out in the center with no other pieces developed, that is asking for trouble. Why? And she is asking for big, big trouble here.
What am I not seeing?
And this is sort of tactical vision that with experience, you're going to spot a move like this in a second. You can win the game on the spot here.
I can...
Think until you see it. I want you to find this move, and I'm not going to say anything else. I don't care if you lose on goddamn time. You're going to find this move.
So the first thing I immediately thought of was putting him in check at g7 on that pawn there with my knight. But
well, as usual, your instincts are good. You almost there, but it's not g7. Where else can you put him in check?
Well, there's only 2 spots I can put him in check, which is g7 and then d6. Because it forks the queen. I see. Yeah.
That is a knight fork. Now, how do I see it instantly? I'm just noticing the position of the queen, king and the queen. It's on a forkable spots. It's like there's 3 squares between them. So that's the definition of forkability. And by the way, a fork can only be conducted with pieces on the same color squares. That's just a mathematical fact, but just something to realize.
Yeah, I think that's maybe something I need to just pay a little more attention to, is noticing what is actually forkable.
Exactly. Precisely. Yes. All right. So what now?
So I want to keep my knight in a threatening position, right? So I'm thinking bring knight up to d6, keep him more in the middle of the board.
Decent, but look at the board even closer than that. Always start with identifying hanging pieces. Don't start by thinking what's the threat.
Yeah, just immediately take instead of.
I would take it. Now you could play knight c6, but now I want to see you checkmate her.
Yeah, so I think it's right here, and then. So what went to my head immediately is d6, but that's not checkmate because they still have a usable square at e8.
Or they can cover with a knight on e7.
Yeah,
So
or cover.
I would, in this situation, when you're stumped a little bit like this, you go through your mental checklist. Why am I stumped? Oh, maybe I don't have enough pieces in the attack.
Mhm.
How can I bring more pieces into the attack? Which squares can I put them on? Also, pay attention to your queen and the knight. The queen and the knight is the strongest tandem on the chessboard. Can
Right.
I use the queen and the knight to cooperate here? How?
I'm not seeing it. I'm a little off on
Don't
this
be
one.
afraid to sort of follow your gut here. It's very hard to make a bad move in this position.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. The only thing I was thinking outside of just putting this check with the knight is just bringing the bishop into the equation, but I don't see what that really would do for me, bringing the bishop over to like...
You're jumping the gun here. First bring the pieces in, then you're going to start checkmating her. You're trying to do both in one.
So it's not like a one-move mate here. This
Nope.
is something I still have to set up.
Now,
Okay.
you could play knight d6 here, and that would be the fastest path to check, but I want you to get into the practice of bringing your pieces out first.
Okay.
So
My bishop was b5 in my head. Is that the correct tile for this?
but you have a bishop on c1 that you haven't brought out yet. So I would
Oh, I
work
haven't
on that
developed.
bishop first.
Yeah, I see.
Now bring it out and follow your gut here. Focus on playing a little bit faster.
Well, I do. If I bring bishop to c4 to reinforce the queen, can't I just immediately get the checkmate going into the...
Go ahead. That's fine. That's fine. And that is an example of activating a piece, right? Now maybe I misled you by saying okay. Well, she misses the mate. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to make like a big moment out of this. It's more that that just is one point of concern, if I'm honest with you. Sometimes you freeze when you're like, oh my god, I should be winning here, but I can't find a mate in one. And there's no mate in one. You simply need to bring the pieces out first, and then slowly, when you accumulate enough pieces in the attack, remember what, my dad would always tell me this. When you win a game, the number of moves played is not recorded, only the result. So don't be afraid to make 5 extra moves just to bring pieces into the attack.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think I was too preoccupied in finding it with just my knight and my queen there.
Right.
Zoned in too hard. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, you could have also gone knight d6 in that final position, and then she would have had the same idea of checkmating on f7.
So it still would have ended up with the queen on f7. I see. Yeah.
Exactly. And so, again, one thing I'll say in closing. So there's the opening that you can review. I would take some rest right before the game as well. Like you can play for another maybe 30 minutes, but after that I would just freshen up a little bit. Just from my own experience, sometimes you can get burnt out if you play right up until the final minute. But again, whatever makes you comfortable. And other than following the fundamental principles, the time worries me a little bit. Sometimes if you find yourself getting below, let's say 5 minutes, you want to make a conscious effort of playing a little bit faster. Like you just don't want to lose this game on time.
Yeah, I'd be sad.
But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I just said that'd be sad. There was nothing to cut off.
That would be sad, yeah. And he's going to come to you. He's going to beat himself. Don't hesitate to attack, to make active moves. But the speculative moves that you're not sure about, if you find yourself spending a lot of time trying to decide, agonizing, sometimes better to play it safe because of XQC's sort of nature as a chess player.
Okay, I get you.
And other than that, I think you got this. I mean, that's the first and the last encouraging thing I'll ever say to you. So again, cherish it.
Amen, man. Yeah, I'm taking that with me all day.
Yeah, as you should. So I have to head out, but I wish you the best of luck. I think you're the better player. Keep your composure, and you absolutely got this. I'm going to be rooting for you from afar.
Amen, man. Yeah, I'm excited. Thank you for all the training. This is, again, GM Daniel Naroditsky, GM Naroditsky on Twitch. And yeah, thanks again, man. And I will talk to you soon.
Of course, Charlie. Talk to you after the game. Best of luck, man.
Thank you, man. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
All right, boys. I'm going to take a fat pee-pee. I'm going to fill up my water. I might jerk off a little bit just to get that out of the way. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Oh, one more second. Alright, don't worry, boys. I'm back in it. Ooh. Thanks to the resub Static VHS and the Prime Lowrider and Alki. Alright. Let's get a couple more games in here. Thanks to the Prime, Volcarai, and the gift sub Dalmano. Good to see you again, man. I'll get a couple more ass clapping sessions in. Thanks to the tier 1 Rev Marky Mark. Welcome to the Thunderdome. He's playing the Scotch opening. This is good. This is fantastic practice. The more times I see this, the better. He's playing it textbook. This is great. Thanks for the resub, Maspachi. Nah. He found the right move. Activating the queen is the best way of defending that, according to Daniel. Also, one thing Daniel said is it's probably advisable to trade queens in this situation, but just because I'm not super confident in my ability to win without my queen, I don't do that. Now what does this guy do here? Activating his bishop. Just defend. Ooh, that kind of traps my queen though. And I don't have that whole... I don't remember the next progression of the line. This frees up my bishop and I can castle long, which I like. I think this is the right progression because this frees this up. So now I can take mid here. Is this the right progression? I don't remember. I forgot how the line goes from this. Fuck. I think I'm just gonna develop normally. I imagine he'll push this. That was not the right move. I'm gonna have to trade bishops if he pushes that pawn. Not have to, but I'm gonna lose it. Thanks for the reset, Alkin. It's not threatening too much. I think castle long. Come in here. Castle. I imagine he's gonna push this pawn, right? Yeah. So he's pushed the pawn. So what is the optimal way of playing this? Do I take first? So I think I take. He takes. I take. I don't think he's going to trade queens. I highly doubt he's going to trade the queens. He's opened this up to attack my queen. I'd hang this bishop if he did. So I can't take... I think the optimal way here is take... I think it's take... Take... Take. I think this is going to be the way. I don't have a whole lot of time to think that through. If he takes here, that's totally fine. Okay. But why? Now I have this position. I still don't get it. It's still protected. It's still totally even. Can't castle that. Need to protect. Do I push the pawn to protect it, or do I bring rook? I'm gonna push the pawn. Can't come here. Can't come here. He can come here without getting anything out of it. If I brought this over, it still accomplishes the same goal. You can't get too much out of it. What do you mean fork? I don't see where I get forked. I should have brought the rook. I should have trusted my instinct. Yeah, look at this fork he's gonna get on me. This is huge. Then I just take with the knight and it's a free knight. Yeah, that's big. That's fucking big. Thanks to the prime rando. I don't see what fork you're looking at. Are you talking about me forking him? Because that's something I can look at. I can come in here. And that's something I can get going. He can't fork me. Because I can do this, and that puts pressure on both rooks. I don't know what he's doing over there in the corner, so I'm going to play this. Thanks to the prime, Papa Schlong. So I think I'm going to take this rook so that way he doesn't get another pawn out of it instead of taking this guy. Well, no, that's dumb because he just brings us over. I need to take this rook, so if he takes me, he has to bring it out. I thought I had the right idea, but the wrong way of going about it. So that'll drag this rook off of that so my pawn's not in danger. And then I can get my rook involved. Now if he takes, he has to go over here. This pawn's freed up, and I can activate my rook. That hangs this pawn on my a7. So maybe I castle. How best to defend this pawn? I think I'm going to castle. Thanks to the prime, Jones. I'm doing pretty decent on time right now. Not great, but not terrible either. I don't want to hang this pawn, but I need to activate my rook. He wants to push this pawn here, which I don't really want to let happen, so to cut this off, I think I push f5. And then I can start looking to get my rook more like on this correct file here. I'm going to play this first and then I'm going to push him over. This holds this for now. I play here. Oh. Damn, didn't see that. Should have gone in the other order. The check doesn't do much. He takes this, though, which is a real shame. Damn, I went in the wrong order. I figured he'd take the one on the right side. I think it would have been better if he did. Free up an attack on the knight. He just goes back to the same spot if I do that, and then he takes this. I think just push this pawn up to threaten it. I still have 3 minutes to think it through. I'm in a bad position though. San Florent squeaked out something fierce. That opens this up for him, which is fine. I don't mind that. It doesn't give him anything though. What am I misunderstanding? I feel like these are just checks for the sake of checks. Looking to attack that. I'm gonna let him do that. He wants to come in on this pawn, but he doesn't realize how close he is to getting back ranked. So I need to activate my rook such that I can get him back here with a way of guarding this. Maybe push rook here, then stack. I don't want him to see it. I can come all the way up, but I don't want him to see it. Or maybe I just do it anyway. I'm low on time. I think I come here and then stack it this way. I'm not going to try and disguise it. Thanks to the Prime Snick and the dollar gangsta. Okay. Bring over here. I don't know what he's looking for. Oh, do I put him in check first? No. Putting him in check brings him up here and it gives him a way out. I need to keep him locked back there. Do I put him in check first? He has nowhere to put me in check here. This is going to pin the knight. I can't think everything through right now. This seems fine. What do you mean no blunder? What did I blunder? What am I missing? Where does he put me in check? He has nowhere to put me in check. He goes here, it's taken. A discover check. Bro, what are you talking about? If he comes here, I just take. That's not a discover check, I just take. I'm not being checked twice. God, I don't have time though. He'll come out. I'm just gonna start taking pieces. This isn't the best move. It can be. Yeah, 30 seconds. I just gotta go off instinct. Just checkmated himself. 22 seconds. That was weird. Was that forced? That wasn't forced. He could have gone left. Right? I'm not crazy, right? He could have just gone left and then just come out again. And then just chase down the middle. Hey, I'll fucking take it. Hey, thanks, San Florent. Man, I'm so fucking close to 900, man. Your rook has the horizontal. No. If he dropped left, I'd have to push... Oh, wait. Well, no. If he dropped left, and I push down, that frees up this rank, meaning he can come up. And then if I push this rook up and stack my rooks, he can still just keep going towards the middle. Thanks to the Prime Taiki and the resub Twisted, right? Because his king was here. I checked with rook here. He could have gone left, wherein I'd have to push this to check again. Opens this up, he comes up, I push this up, opens this up. Yeah, then I'm just chasing. I'll take a break soon. When I hit 900, that's when I earn my break. Oh, this guy's coming in very aggressively. This is a very aggressive open from this big man. That's a very aggressive open indeed. I am very impressed. We had just gone over this. So I can take that free pawn that he's hanging in e4. Or, what was the other alternative? Because he has no position to get out of this. He has nowhere to really get. This is just one of those threatening positions that doesn't really accomplish too much at the moment. I think I just take this, right? This was the progression of the line, because this is hanging. Now I just go back to developing normally. Moving that pawn didn't free up any attack on my knight, so I can keep my knight here. Okay, come here. I do have a huge attack platform. Looking to attack knight here, mobilizing his queen. So let's put my knight in a position where I'm still attacking and I'm not blocking. So that would be here. I'm attacking his bishop. I'm not blocking. Well, I am blocking my bishop development, unfortunately. I don't want to go f2. I see the chat saying f2. I go f2. I trade 2 pieces for a queen. I get 2 pieces for 1. If I could get 1 more piece out of it, I think that trade's worth it, but for now I don't. So look, I'd go here. He has to take. Well, I mean, I guess he doesn't have to take. I go here. He'd probably take. I'd take. He takes. It's 2 pieces plus a pawn. Or 2 pieces plus a... 2 pieces for a queen plus a pawn is what I'm trying to say. That doesn't seem worth it. I think I'd rather be in here and attacking this bishop. Coming here, he trades his knight. They all do that. I'll do it just for the chat, though, just for the sake of being aggressive. I'll do it for you. I'm pretty sure I can play with 2 pieces down and his queen off the board. Just for the sake of appeasing the chat. I'm glad I decided to go for that. This guy just didn't want to. I'm a little surprised. Even with what Daniel said, a queen for 2 pieces is worth for white in this position. So I don't know. I guess maybe just players down here aren't comfortable in it. What do you mean? No, it's not. That is something Daniel said. It was. Oh, I did have a pawn advantage. I thought we were dead even. Maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't be even. You're right. I did 2 pawns. I thought we were equal, but I forgot I took his hanging pawn. Maybe you're right. Maybe that was just outright worth. Piece value is meaningless right now. He said rook for 2 pieces. Rook and queen for 2 pieces is pretty optimal, man. You get 2 minor pieces off the board in the most important part for them. Let's see if I can hit 900 before the tournament. We weren't in a situation where I was trading queen for 2 pieces today, but we were another time. Probably last night, I don't remember. Why do you bitch about vaccinations on almost every video? The fuck are you talking about? Why do you bitch about vaccinations? You mean, why do I make fun of anti-vax? Why, is your mom an anti-vax or something? Two-pat? Anti-vax sucks. That's the most detrimental movement to the human society. In every video, I mention it like once a fucking month. What is wrong with you? You're that exact exaggerator at the middle school lunch table that nobody likes. I mention it once in a while and it's, Jesus, why do you say this every time? Can you just stop making fun of anti-vaxxers? My mom doesn't like it when you say that. Thanks for the resub, Sabbath. Really? That's an interesting way of therapy. That's kind of cool. Damn, I wish I had developed a little bit differently. I could have gone for the legal trap. Actually, no, I couldn't. I wouldn't have had time regardless of how I did this. What's the legal trap? Well, I can show you. Since he's played that move, I can show you the legal trap. It's super risky. But this guy's taken a lot of the risk out of it for me. So I feel confident going for this. Well, not really. The risk is still here. I can play a safe variation or the risky one. What it is, though, is I'm going to sacrifice this queen to take this position, and hopefully he'll take my queen. I've done this like 4 times last night. I assume that people are going to play the right way, so I push this, which is the safe way, because what should happen is the bishop drops back. But I'm just going to try like the aggressive way and see how it works. In fact, I can't do it, actually. This shuts it down. I can't. It's here, here, check. This is forced. Here is mate, but I can't because he's planted his knight here. I can't do it. He has to move this knight. But it is a 3-move combination checkmate that's unavoidable if he takes my queen without this knight being here. If he had played this knight, I would have been probably fine. Let me see. I think that probably would have been okay. So he wants to push this pawn up here, I believe. So maybe just preemptively drop my bishop back. Nah, I'll stick with normal progression. Here, bang, 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 bang. No, I don't have enough. Do I? Here, 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 here. I do have enough attackers, or defenders for this, right? Thanks for the tier 1, Dandolf. I come here, he takes, I take, he takes, I take, I take. I'm gonna try it. In my head, this looks like enough, but we'll see. Because I have... Yeah, I have enough. And now I get this good position. That wasn't worth. Fuck! I thought he was gonna go one more. I needed one more. Oh, and I would have had something so mean. I shouldn't have relied on a mistake from him. That's a fucking shame. I'll do it. He can take if he wants. I don't want to give up a pawn for free. And I want to come down here and pin if possible. Shit. This man is playing some good moves. Maybe just come down here and pin now, so he doesn't get another free pawn. Well, that's not good. I need to take this pawn. Otherwise he comes here and that's threatening that. Ah! Maybe just set up. Come here. Try and free this up. I'll let him stay distracted over here, maybe? Just take it. Can't take that. It's a free pawn. If I can get him to move this knight, I get a free pawn at b7 at least. Where does he go from here? Pushing this pawn up opens up b4. He can also go just right into f4. Either way, I'm just going to push this out. Get him off, come over here and start snatching some shit. Or at least trying to. Okay, so that opened that up. What's he looking for? There's no fork back there that he can get. He comes to c2. I just move rook. He can take on d3 if he wanted to. Maybe that is what he wants to do. Just get up on pieces. Only 4 minutes here. This is hanging. I would like to go here, but can't. He'll likely want to trade bishop for knight, but can't be forked. I really want to get this here. I want to activate rook on here, but I can't. I can throw a queen back here, which attacks the knight and attacks this hanging pawn. I can hold this position if I move rook over. He can't move this knight anymore. He's now freed up his knight. It's wide open. He overreacted. I do the same thing though, man. Yeah, now this is a free knight. He's blocked the queen from taking it back. I'm not under attack anywhere. He's protecting his pawn, I think was his idea. But that's a free knight now. He's recognized it and castled. And this now frees up his queen, because now I can't take this rook anymore if the queen moves. I need to still develop this bishop. I'm thinking bishop here, maybe look for a play somewhere in this corner. Actually, the reset DJ. I could even start looking at this side of the board and just start attacking by going here. Start looking over in this general direction. I have a lot of options now. Him blundering that knight's very helpful. Very fucking helpful. Needed that. Thanks to the Prime Chef. C5. Why C5? That's not very good. C5 blocks my rook from going for queen if I wanted it. So if he does move this, I'd have to trade queens instead of rook for queen. I don't know about that. So here's what I'm thinking. I see a 3-move mate. There's plenty of counterplay, but I'm thinking bishop, take, check. Or check. Then he has to come up. This is mate, I think, right? Take, pawn takes, push g3 with rook, that's check. Then I push queen to h4, that's mate. Isn't it? No, h4 is covered by queen. Fuck! Damn, that could have been so... If that queen wasn't there, I'm going to keep that threat. I'm going to try and hold that. So let's just start marching. Oh, wait, why can't I do that? Did that put me in check or something? Oh, I'm not on my starting tile. Let me just send rook up. I only have a minute 16. I'm just going to do the simple things. As Daniel has taught, the simple solutions are a good one. He can't move that bishop or he loses his queen. If I can get that queen off the board, I see such a slick mate. I don't even need the queen off the board. I just need the queen to move. I don't care where. This dude is outright fucking refusing. Ugh. I need to stay somewhere where I can get in here. So I drop back down here. This doesn't block any development. And I can still slide in for this mate that I have cooked up. Oh, I can't mate anymore. He moved it. Fuck! He moved it. Never mind. That's blown. I only have 40 seconds. Simple. Check. This frees up this pressure, though, because otherwise I'm going to have to trade queen. Well, I mean, I don't have to because he's in check, so I can just take. He'll block with rook. I'm so upset. If he didn't push this, I would have had this mate. I would have had that. That's a real shame. That is a real goddamn shame. He's threatening rook. Here. Don't have time to think it through. Fuck! Stop! Jesus. Take. Push. Oh, it's so close. Move this. Move this pawn. Move this pawn. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Just move this pawn. I can take it or move it. I don't care. Fuck, just move this rook. I have 8 seconds, but I'm so close. I just need this free. This needs to be free. And it's game. This is mate, right? This is free. Son of a bitch. Don't have time to think it through. Just take. Where am I? Yeah, I didn't have the time. God damn it! Fuck! That's such a shame. Yeah, it took too long. It took way too long. Whoa. I'm so upset, man. I just take too long on my moves. I think through too many fucking things. Let's do puzzles. Man, that makes me sad. That makes me so fucking sad. Queen take. This is free. He's got a hanging bishop. This is also free. It's a fork. This puts it in check. You can't take. Mm-hmm. Thanks for the tier 1 Meridian Matters. It's just mate. Take, check. No. Yeah, that's it. And then I take the queen when he takes it, if he takes it. Mm. So far, so good. Still taking a little too much time, though. This one's kind of hard. I think it's this. Yeah. Come out on top with a piece lead. Ah, fuck. Damn. I missed one. I wanted flawless. I'm white. That can't be it, is it? It is. And then just again. And win a night. Interesting. Ah! Just take rook? Take this? Can't be take this, I lose my rook. What is the next move? Can't be here. Just here? What was the move? Fuck, I didn't see it. What was the move? Take rook fork. Oh. I didn't think that far ahead. Is that really it? How do I see the solution? Where is it again? So first move was this. Ah, I see, yeah. Okay, I see. Setting up the fork. Did I sleep at all between yesterday and today? A little bit. I actually had a hard time sleeping last night. Sometimes I'll go through these like bouts of insomnia. That's the wrong word for it. Sometimes I'll stay awake through like one episode of anime, and then I feel like I'm awake for the whole night. Break time? Yeah, we can have a little break time. By that I mean climb to 900, get tilted, and then lose my game. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Do you get nervous for stuff like this? Not usually, but this in particular, I really would like to win. Only just because, like, I played chess so much in, like, high school and college. I'd be so disappointed if I just got swept. Yeah, there's 24 minutes till the tournament. I am hungry, so I'm going to grab a pre-tournament snack, so I'll be back in just 1 second. What the fuck is up, pussies? Who's ready to see a grown man's dick in chess today? When did chess get so big? Like a month or so ago. Getting nervous. What do you mean I'm trash at chess? I'm almost 900. I'm 881. That's mediocre. 881 is like the borderline of like I understand what's going on. Look at this. I'm ranked 1,471 in the world. In the world. Good lord. Carried to 881. That's fucked up. I grinded off stream for most of those. I went up to 860 on stream last night. After playing off stream for the majority of it, fucking crashed down to 805. And then climbed back up. No, this is just global chess leaderboard. You're misunderstanding. It's pretty good. That's true. I do lose a lot of time on stream just from looking at stupid fucking chat moves and then saying why it's a bad move. So I do lose a lot of time just because of interacting with chat with some terrible fucking suggestions, which isn't a problem playing off stream. The first Red Faction? No, I played Red Faction Guerrilla and it was great. Probably one of my all-time favorites. I didn't even know ratings got as low as 325. Is this a smurf or something? 325? Unfathomable. Smurfs are real in chess, by the way. I believe it. I mean, this guy's name is Chiseled Chessman. I don't think he'd call himself that if he has one of the lowest ratings I've ever seen in my life. Thanks to the Prime. Tootin'. Hold on, I didn't mean to close my door. And thanks for the resub, KTB. Oh. You start at 800? Yeah. But I made this account, well, actually I don't even remember when I made this account, but I free fell on this account about to like 590. What is this? Has my chess.com account been hacked? Thanks to the Prime. Bruise. That's a good excuse I can use. If I do lose, I can just blame it on, you know, the hacker played like shit on my account. Wasn't me. Nah, I imagine it was chess.com taking over, since they put me in the arena themselves. I'm not too worried about it. I think that's what it is, at least. Appreciate that, Michael. Thanks for the kind words, man. I know, I'm not going to play wild. Initially, I was going to come in here so full throttle, just raw, no rubber, that I feel like I would have killed myself in the game. But I've changed game plan after, you know, of course, practicing with Daniel. So I'm just going to play very sound fundamentals. I'm not going to be looking for anything too crazy. Just simple, very, you know, calculated chess. Thanks for the resub, MXL. Yeah, I very much need to pay attention to time. That's a fact. How many games have you played? I'm not sure. Probably a lot. The XQC game is in 12 minutes. 12 fat ones. Thanks to the Prime Jabata. I haven't been excited for competition since high school. Not chess though. I didn't like compete in chess in high school or anything. I just played on my computer. I'm talking about back when I played basketball. Thanks to the Prime Crash. Have you ever gotten an erection while playing chess? If so, how hard was it? Not really. I'm too focused on the game. All the blood's going to my head to focus on the best possible moves. Ludwig lost in his first game and played YMCA to make sure no one can clip it. That's genius. My man's a fucking genius. I practiced with Daniel for about 2 hours today. He just left like 20 minutes ago. So he's been helping, encouraging. I know, if I lose this, I'll never hear the end of it from Daniel. I did take a 10-minute break. It's been like 5 minutes. I ate, took the dogs out. Now I'm just relaxing. Match starts in 10 fucking minutes. Oh. Oh, I know, Nova. There's a lot riding on this, man. There's a lot riding on this. Honestly, I kind of want to bet on it too. I perform so well when I bet on myself, but I feel like in chess that might be a true disaster. Oh, there's so much riding on this. Kind of want to get one more game in, see if I can close out the game in sub 9 minutes. But that turned out to be a disaster when I did it against Hutch, because I did close out a game in 3 minutes and then lost to Hutch. And if I lose that game, like that's not good. That's just not good. Yeah, my rating's gone up a lot, man. I've been playing a lot more games off stream, which is much better. Yeah, I can't stay cold. I gotta get into puzzles. Ooh, maybe even puzzles would be bad. All right, let's just do it. Let's get in some puzzles. I've been lights out on these puzzles today. Queen takes. It's just an immediate back rank. Just, yeah. Hmm. What's the move here? What is the move here? Thanks for the prime, Professor. It's Queen F3. Makes sense. I see. Protected by pawn. Damn! First puzzle I didn't get. That's a shame. Then it's just take knight, right? Fuck! That's a shame. What? Wasn't that covered by the knight? Fuck! Uh-oh. 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 Thanks to the resub Goomer and the Prime Zero. Thanks, Seaman, for the 10 and the encouragement. And Gelatiny. Oh, where am I at? What's my move? I wasn't looking. I got a fart. Oh, big fart. Oh, huge fart. Okay. Can't do that. What's my move? What's my move? Thanks to the Prime Tony. Alright, what is the move? I don't see it. Queen A8. Ah, right. Because it's guarded up here to be checkmate. These are all checkmates, right? Like all of these aim for checkmate, if I remember correctly. Okay, here. Oh, I'm black. Thanks to the Prime, Gustavo. It's just winning positions? Okay. These are actually stumping me here. All off limits for me. In here. No, it was here. I see it though. Right, this was the move. I failed one puzzle. Oh, ripped ass. It's big ass rippage. 25 gift subs if I win. Thanks for the fat tier 3, by the way. My solar sync just saw that. And thanks for the resub, Quentin and Ibar. I'll try, man. I'll fucking try. The one advantage for me, though, is not having chat during the tournament. That's a big fucking advantage. Thanks for the bits, Tazu. Tournament is in 2 minutes, baby. Fuck. Thanks for the Prime, Annabelle. What's on the line? Pride. Pride is on the line. Something that's worth more than all the money in the world. Not to say that I wouldn't throw the game for $1 million, but, you know, there's a price, I suppose. Thanks to the resub, Blues Planet. Thanks to the resub, Big Monkey. Will you quit chess if you lose? If I lose, I'm gonna do nothing but play chess. If I fucking lose, I'm going to dedicate the majority of my fucking free time to being the master of chess. So that way I never have to know crushing defeat again. I'll be like an anime character. Once you taste that first loss, you just commit everything to winning. Thanks to the resub, Croc is in. It's a big fucking day, baby. It's a fucking big one. XQC's wooden shield, watch out. We've done a lot of scouting. I think I have an idea on what to expect. I'm expecting a Scotch Open, which I have great counterplay for, which I just did in the match before I went to eat. So I'm at least confident that the prep has been well. Oh, it's fucking go time, baby. Thanks to the Prime activity. Alright, minimizing chat. Oh boy. Oh, baby. Wait, don't I get dragged in? Hold on, putting chat back up. I get dragged in, right? That's how it happened last time. I just stay in live chess, and then I just get pushed in. Okay. Alright, minimizing chat again. I'm going into the zone. The chess zone. Tricep dips. Let's fucking get it. It's 5:01. What, do I need to go to a challenge or something? Which one of these is challenges? No, I'm in. Okay. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. All right. It's the Scotch Open. It's the Scotch Open. Fuck, this is exciting. Fuck, this is exciting. This is exactly what we practiced for. Exactly what we practiced for. I just need to remember the correct line. I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. He just lost. Yes! 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 Exactly what we practiced for. Yes! Bang! What was I worried about? What was I fucking worried about? Jesus, get me in the interview. Was that the fastest win in chess history? I can't believe it. Daniel Naroditsky is a fucking prophet. He said immediately that XQC will likely go with the Scotch Open, and he did. So I had the counterplay, and he immediately blundered. Well, that's got to be a world record. Thanks for the fat 10 gift subs, Pikachu. My cock is throbbing. Throbbing. What is XQC's chat saying right now? Can his chat just come over here? I'm just gonna replace him at the top of Twitch right now. I just overthrew him. I cannot believe he actually did the Scotch opening. I thought for sure it was gonna be different. Oh, thanks to the fat 30 gift subs, the tier 1s coming in hot. That's fucking massive, baby. Woo! Oh, get me in that interview. I'm coming in. I want to talk about that. I want to reflect. I want to go over, what went right, what went wrong. For me, everything went right. Oh, the subs are popping off. Really appreciate the generosity. Thank you. To everyone who's abandoned XQC, I understand, and I'm sorry you had to see your hero like this. But don't worry, you can suckle on my bosom now. I produce some of the finest milk you'll ever taste in your life. So just enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emotes. I'll be seeing you all around soon. Unfortunately, XQC's career has just been ended today. It's a real shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him, too. He was such a good boy. Such a good boy. I had to take him out back behind the barn and put him down. I hate having to do it. I hate having to do it to him, but you challenged me in the Crucible. You came into the Crucible. Let's not forget. Thanks for the tier 1 Eternal Crow. And the Prime, the tier 1 classy villain. Where's the interview here? I want to get in there. I'd love to reflect. God, the grease machine was in full fucking power. Honestly, the biggest relief is I won't have to be insulted by Daniel, Sensei Daniel. Thanks to the tier 1s, Kurus and Kurt. Ah! Honestly, I started shaking. I thought I was going to misclick my queen placement. Ooh. Ah, thank God. I was concerned over nothing. Over nothing. Where is my interview? Get me in the championship circle. I want to pop champagne with Hikaru and Alexandra. Get me in there. Thanks to the Prime Delta and Cheeky and the gift subs, Oil Man. Ah, it feels incredible. Actually, tier 1 Obama has my VCR. Ah, what a weight off of my nutsack. My God. Thanks to the Prime Flan and the Bits Flash. Ah, oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm so fucking happy. Thanks to the tier 1 Zebrock and Finks. Thanks for the gift subs, Konasumi. Ah, man. I should have fucking wore a diaper today. I would have just dropped a steamer in there right now. Thanks for the 10 gift subs, Fammy. Oh, I can't believe it. Exactly what we practiced for. Oh, it feels so good. Even my dogs are celebrating. I know. Tetrarchata, come here. Come here. All right, I'll go fuck myself. That's fine. It's not a big deal. I'll celebrate. Thanks for the 10 gift subs. Yeah, Daniel, did you see that? We practiced that. And I didn't forget your wise teachings, my friend. I'm just going to keep this up for a little while and hang out. Until, of course, I'm interviewed by, the big ones, the BBC, the NBCs, of course. Is Charlie the next step, the next natural evolution in chess? Is this what the future of athletes looks like? 5'6", 122 pounds of pure masculinity, testosterone, and galaxy brain? The future is looking bright. I'm not clicking on shit. I'm keeping this here. I don't want to analyze it. I don't want to look at it. Except for this. Ah, yeah. Thanks for the tier 1 slat. How big is your boner? I was just saying how I haven't been erect playing chess because all of the blood's going to my head for the plays, but I'm actually semi-chubbed. No lie, that's why I didn't stand up after I checkmated. I am genuinely semi-chubbed. I don't want to celebrate with a semi-chub and get banned on Twitch, so I'm just going to hang out for a minute. I'll stand up here in a minute, but for now I'm just going to relax. Thanks for the bits, Orn. feels so fucking good. Christ! I swear to God, Daniel, he made the Mayan calendar for chess. He predicted everything. Every move. He said, XQC, he's gonna start with the Scotch opening, I'm sure of it. Put it into like the fucking supercomputer at the X-Men University. Analyze 390-something games. He's like, you know what, Charlie? It's gonna be the Scotch Open. And I was like, Daniel, I know exactly how to handle that. Bang. Bang. And then I bent him over, gave him some of this, spread those cheeks, and I went in head first. Too easy. Daniel Naroditsky is genuinely a chess prophet. GM Naroditsky on Twitch. If you ever need to learn chess in a hurry, this man will speedrun you to the top. You're on the chess stream? Rightfully so. I'm ready for the interview. Yeah, get me in there. I'd like to reflect on this. There were some things I could have done better. You know, maybe I could have won before even starting the game. In fact, one could argue I did. The game was won with the preparation phase. How do I join the interview? Is it the same link as last time? Let me check through my emails, make sure I still have it. I'm ready for the interview, I just have to find the Zoom. Right, we're still doing it over Zoom? Here it is. Alright, give me 1 second, team. I don't want to accidentally dox them or anything. Okay. Oh man, this has been truly wonderful. All the training paid off. In Daniel Naroditsky's greasy dojo, I've emerged victorious, baptized in the flames of chess, greased like the dirty pig I am by the high IQ moves. What the fuck? Why isn't this working? Okay, let's try that. Sorry, boys. The BBC is lining up to interview me right now, so I have to set this up. Okay.
Hey, Charlie, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think we could get your cam in here.
Yep, I know how to fix this now, so just give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me pull up my fat Dubsky again here for the stream. Alright. There. Can you see me?
Yeah, man. Got it. I think the settings are the same for your audio settings. I think you unchecked the automatically adjust volume last time, so you should be good.
Yep, it seems to be all the same.
Great. Man, that was
It's a good match, huh?
yeah. We were like scrambling behind the scenes trying to figure out how to grab some content real quick.
Yes, I didn't mean to speedrun. I'm just going for the
Yeah,
80% roots of the
totally.
$10,000.
That's what happens when you have Danya, man. You know, he just...
Oh, the man's a machine.
Yeah, he is. All right. Okay, man, they're going to call you in 1 second. Go ahead and just click join whenever you get the pop-up.
Sounds good, man. Will do.
Hello.
Hello, am I in?
Hey Charlie,
Yeah,
yeah, we're not live just yet, but soon.
Okay, I'm still on stream, so make sure there's nothing crazy going on here.
Oh no, Hikaru, stop being so wild.
Congrats.
Thank you, man. Thank you. It's been a lot of practice paying off all at once.
Honestly,
be
your
live in
last
2
2
seconds.
weeks have been crazy, your progress. So congrats on that.
Thank you. It's all thanks to the legendary Daniel Naroditsky, the man, the myth, the legend. The man is chess incarnate.
We'll save some of this for when we're live.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
You gotta save your gold nuggets, you know.
Of course, yeah. I can get out my fleshlight cutlass if you'd like. I mean, if it needs to make an appearance.
It's Adam and Eve, right?
Yeah. They said, well,
That's a fun sponsorship.
yeah. Well, they didn't make the sword, so the sword was actually made by a blacksmith on Forged in Fire. He
All right. We're
contact.
ready to go, guys.
Oh,
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
All right.
All good.
Sorry to interrupt. Here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2.
We are joined by Charlie, who streams on Moist Critical. He just beat XQC in an impressive 6-move tactic. Can you tell us the secret to this genius plan?
Oh, well, absolutely, yeah. It's not really a secret. Like, this isn't the Krabby Patty secret formula or anything. We knew this was coming. I've been trained by Daniel Naroditsky. This was inevitable. Whoever matches with me in this tournament, there's just no chance. I have been blessed by the god of chess. Daniel Naroditsky, he's not even a man anymore. He's transcended. He's gone well above human cognitions. He is so far above, and he's bestowed a little of that generosity, a little of that intellect onto me, and you saw it on full display here. Honestly, for XQC's own pride, he should have just resigned the second he saw me on the opposite side of this board.
Wow, those are some bold words. But
Yeah.
you know what? Daniel is such an impressive chess player, an incredible teacher as well. I know that he's actually doing it full time now in addition to streaming. So huge shout out to Daniel Naroditsky. Did he predict this move order or
Yep.
just showed you the general? This move order exactly he showed you.
So, yeah, Daniel Naroditsky, he's like the Charles Xavier of chess. He has all kinds of crazy tactics and everything. He knows what's coming. He can read minds. He plugged XQC's like 340 games or whatever pitiful amount he's played. He plugged it into a database, and he calculated that he would most likely start with the Scotch Open, which XQC immediately did. And with the Scotch Open, as you saw here, bringing the bishop out early to develop that threaten on that checkmate was a good idea because of XQC's lack of experience. We were anticipating a blunder, not that quickly, but what we were expecting is he would maybe go for a fork on c7 and tunnel vision for a rook, and I'd still get the checkmate. It just came even quicker than even Daniel predicted.
Yeah, it did seem tricky for him because it's an opening he's played so often, so he's probably playing a little bit quickly here. But you know what? This means that now you are going to go head to head with Yasuo to see who's going to make it into the championship bracket. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not too brushed up on Yasuo's lore here when it comes to chess. All I know is if he's not trained by Daniel Naroditsky, I don't know if he stands a chance. Unless I come in and I'm just coked out of my mind or maybe just shot up heroin and just not in good shape, I think I should have this one.
Wow, I don't even know how to reply to that one. I will say, though, that you have made ridiculously quick progress in your chess. So in the last 2 weeks or so, you've gained like 600 elo. Can you tell us more about how you're training? Because I know Danya has helped with lessons, but you've also been putting in some work there.
Yeah, so streaming chess on Twitch is a fucking disaster because the chat doesn't know the game, but they're going to spam in caps lock moves that they think are right. And then for me personally, since I always like to interact with my chat, I think that's the fun of streaming. I'll look at those moves and then for a brief second consider it and be like, this move fucking sucks, and explain why. So then I'll just start running out of time and losing games to time. But when I play off stream, I obviously don't have that. I don't have like, my mom over my shoulder giving me shitty moves and I have to insult her or anything. So playing off stream, I just get to focus on like the actual good moves instead of looking at some garbage.
Yeah, that makes sense. And having an actual tournament to compete in is obviously very motivating to study. Do you think after PogChamps is over, you'll still continue to play?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think at this point it'd be a disservice to Daniel if I didn't. I need to be his golden student here.
I love that. That's so cool. And again, I think we mentioned this before, but there's a lot of people who maybe don't know. So you have a huge YouTube channel and you cover a ton of topics, and you did a video on chess drama. I mean, what attracted you to that subject to begin with?
Just watching Hikaru's streams. So when chess started getting big on Twitch, I immediately tuned into Hikaru's streams because I have had a history of like playing chess, enjoying chess, watching it and all that. So watching Hikaru, and then he'd talk about chess elitism. Then getting shared on Reddit was things with like Ben Feingold saying, XQC and everyone that's not good at chess is negative talent. And I was like, well, that's pretty fucking silly. And then it just got interested in seeing the chess elitism, dipping my toes into that cesspool, seeing what that was about, and just wanted to talk about it. My channel's always just like, what did I have fun talking about? What do I want to talk about today? And then, of course, the sex toys, which we've already covered.
Yeah, we did cover your sponsorship there.
Mhm.
So again, it's cool. You know, they're supporting your channel. And when you do stream on Twitch, has it been mostly chess recently, or have you been covering other stuff as well?
Well, recently it's been chess. I really wanted to come out here and win this one in particular. I'd like to win the whole tournament, so that's what I've been prepping for. But this one, I'd be lying if I said wasn't on my mind a lot. I really wanted to just come out here and win this as quick as possible, which I got lucky enough to do today. But typically when I stream, it's just a ton of different things, whether it's watching some shit for just chatting, which, you know, everyone does. It's not like the most creative thing in the world, but just chatting stuff, playing games, playing shitty games. I do a lot, like bad Steam games, you know, games that have less than one player on them. I paid $200 for a one-level game. I was the only one in the world, stuff like that.
Well, someone needed to support them. You did a good deed there.
Yeah, it was actually a Bitcoin miner, so I really did support them pretty hard.
Fair enough. And Hikaru, I know you did some chess with Moist Critical on your stream before. Maybe you can give him some advice, and now he's gonna have you and Daniel Naroditsky, so just like the full trifecta here.
Well, if I guess the first question is, what color does he have against Yasuo in the final game? I guess was the first thing I was thinking in general.
I am gonna pull that up right now. He's gonna have the white pieces.
Oh wow, okay. So yeah, I mean, I think Charlie's been, well, I think you've been getting a lot of help from Daniel specifically in terms of your wide openings. I remember I saw one of those lessons a couple of days ago. So probably, I assume Daniel probably show you something along the same lines of what worked today, something where you try to win the game very quickly since you're going up against a pretty formidable competitor in your group. And obviously you want to win the whole tournament. So certainly just keep on doing what you're doing, and just keep working hard. I know you've been putting a lot of hours on many of the days, so just keep doing what you're doing because it seems to be working right now.
Yeah, absolutely, man, and I appreciate that. It's been a long journey getting here. A bit of a rocky return to chess. I was getting absolutely slapped around, especially by one woman named Julianne, who absolutely annihilated me. That still stings, but it's just about improving gradually, and having help like with you and Daniel, of course, is a real benefit, so I appreciate it.
And before, so you're really looking forward to XQC. Now, who are you looking forward to facing next?
Well, I guess maybe after I win the tournament, maybe looking at to sit over the board with a grandmaster and see how I fare there. I think it could be a pretty close game. I'm riding a lot of momentum right now, so you know, maybe that's what I'm looking forward to. As for the next competitors, I'm not really too worried about it. Should be more easy wins like this, some fat dubskis for the home team.
I love the confidence. It reminds me a little bit about the human guinea pig who had this project where he said he would train chess every day for a month and then try to beat Magnus Carlsen. I don't know if you caught coverage of that.
No, I didn't. How did that go?
I mean,
Didn't go well.
It didn't go well. But he was this guy who was always trying to master skills very quickly in a short period of time. But I mean, you've been talking the talk, but you've been improving really quickly. So like maybe that needs to be your next step.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, absolutely. And this tournament's been a lot of fun, so really appreciate all you guys putting this on.
Yeah, absolutely. Hikaru, anything else you want to talk about?
No, I think just I like your confidence and good luck going forward. Certainly, I think when I looked at this group at the start, I didn't think you were one of the players who would have a realistic chance of qualifying for the champions bracket. But now you're definitely in it. It's one game, winner take all in your matchup against Yasuo. So good luck, and looking forward to seeing the next match.
Yeah, thank you, man. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, thanks so much for being here, Charlie.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Well, on that note, we are also going to take a look at the tournament standings again. So we
need
got
to
the
drop
four
out.
groups here, and we are getting closer to figuring out which two in each group are going to make it to the champions
How do I leave
bracket, and
Zoom?
which two are going to make it to the contenders bracket. So the top two move on to champions, bottom two to contenders.
Does anyone know how to leave Zoom?
And there are prize funds for both. So
No,
we
there we
just saw the
Okay, I'm out. All right, team. I need to set my camera back up. There we go. Can you see me? Nope. Hold on. Thanks for the tier 1 leaky bum. And the resub insolent. Just saw him. I'm back on stream now, baby. It's just us. Just the boys. The victors. Nope. Camera's still not working. Thanks to the tier 1, definitely not Chris. Nope. Webcam's still not working. Okay, let's try. Yeah, the webcam's frozen. Hold on. We working? Oh, appreciate the fat 10 gift subs, Purple Zio. Nope. Why is my webcam not working? Actually, tier 1 Quiet King. Yeah, hold on, I'll figure it out. There we go. I don't need to reset the stream, I fucking fixed it, calm down. You pathetic. There we go. Well, how about this? I'm having a real hard time making this fit. There. Close enough. Actually, the tier 1 Big Goonga, and the Prime George, and big ol' haunches, and the resub Worad. Oh man, what a great day! What a great day! Daniel's in the middle of a lesson right now with another student, a subpar student, obviously not a star student like me. So I can't call Daniel; he's busy. But I'll hang around for a little bit, maybe play a few more matches, take a little victory lap. Thanks to the resub, Banjo Mike and Famous Ladies Man. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Maybe I'll stop by a smaller streamer's stream and just give him a few gift subs. Let's see what XQC is doing. I kind of like that idea. Is he still live or did he rage quit? Let's get in there. Thanks to the resub, Obit and Soldier. Oh, he immediately went to something else. That's fair. I'll let it marinate. I'm not gonna be that disrespectful. It was a fun tournament, a fun match. I'll just let that ride. Thanks for the resub, Obit. Alright. So now we can decide what to do for the rest of the stream. Do we want to stick on chess and keep riding this momentum? Daniel is in the middle of a lesson, man. I'll play a few more games, then maybe we can go to something like a Tekken tournament or some shit. I don't know, man. I'm feeling good. Today's feeling like a nice day. Now I'm just gonna get slapped around out here by Number Boy or something. Road to 1200. I'd like to hit 900 today. I think that'd be nice. He's hanging this pawn. I don't know if I want to take it though. Maybe I take with this instead. Let's take the hanging pawn. When is your next game? I think it's on the 12th. I think the next game is on the 12th. I could be wrong though. I don't think I am. Take it with the knight. Nope. I take with the knight, he takes with the knight, and I can't take back. Thanks for the tier 1 lolly rocket. Man, this would be such a good this would be such a good opportunity for the legal trap, but he has this knight here, so I can't do it. But I could immediately have checkmated this guy if his knight wasn't here. It's not a free bishop. Well, I mean, it is a free bishop, but I wanted to do the full legal checkmate, but he unfortunately has this here, which is sad, but it is what it is. Where comes the sound from? It's the sub sound. What's this? What is he looking at? I'm up 2 pieces here. Well, I'm up a piece. Probably not advisable to trade, but I could come here, put him in check, and then I get a pawn and his queen. Maybe it's worthwhile just for the sake of being wild. I'll do it. Check. You're on the chess stream again? While I'm just slapping around Number Boy? Oh, that's sad for Number Boy. He's just he's here to have a good time. He didn't know he's gonna match against me. I still need to develop. I don't really want a castle short side. I want a castle long. I need to put him on the most active square, which would be this. He can't push that pawn up on f7, so he'd push up that back pawn. That f7 pawn is pinned. Let's do that. Let's start just being disruptive. This has to come up. He can't push this up. He didn't even bother. Man, this guy's full of surprises out here. What's he looking at? Just wanting to have this file? Still can't push this pawn up, man. I'm going to let him have this if he wants it. He takes, I take, this is defended. I'm gonna let him do that. I'd rather him take here. Let's bring this rook in. And this is game. Oh, I forgot his rook. Oh, fuck. No! I beeline too hard. Now I have to do it the slow way. No! I forgot I didn't take it earlier. No! What a damn shame. Go into the corner. Don't pay attention. Thanks for the gift sub, Bigunga. Oh, he paid attention. Still can't take that. I can't believe I made that fucking mistake. I can't fucking believe I did that. Take, push. What is this guy even looking for? What is he even looking for? Can't take any of this. It's just push. Push. Slow push. Thanks to the tier 1 Jim Blim. Yeah, I'm not too concerned. He can't get too much out of my pawns on the left side of the board. Man, I would have closed that game out if I just played it the right way. I'm so upset I did that. I forgot I didn't take his rook. Thanks to the prime dog. I'm fucking sad. Ludwig wants to scrim with you? We'll get his ass in here. I'm up for that. Oh. I'll hit him up on Twitter. Yeah, I'm definitely up to play with Ludwig. There we go. Shit. Well, I appreciate it, Sergeras. Thanks, man. Glad you had fun. Daniel will be free in like 45 minutes. I'm hopping in with Ludwig. What's going on, big man?
How's it going, bud? Hey, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
I literally asked the people of chess.com if I could watch the match, and they said yes. And then I tuned in, and it was one move. I watched one move of chess.
It was great, wasn't it?
And you did me a big service, because I think if it had gone on too long, then my loss would have been fresh in people's minds.
Oh, right, yeah.
But, you know, you're top of LSF in 5 seconds. People don't even care that I lost a pop anymore. That's all. Who is that guy?
To be fair, that's what was going through my head. I heard you got your cheeks spanked red right before my match, and I was like, you know what? I can't let my fucking boy go down like this.
You had my back. You actually didn't even care about winning. Originally, you might have even thrown.
Honestly, that's what I was saying. I was putting a bounty on it. I was like, hey, look, 100 grand, I'll throw this match. But unfortunately, no one stepped up in time, so I just had to win.
You just had, and it sucks when that happens. All right, I'm curious to see who will win between us.
Yeah, I think it'll be a close one. I did see your previous match as well as interview, so I'm a little familiar.
To be clear, that was not a good. It was not a good, you know,
representation.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. I'm a lot, you know. People do call me future GM Ludwig. They don't say. Well, I've just a pop latte Ludwig.
Honestly, when people don't refer to you by future GM Ludwig, I get confused on who they're even fucking talking about, man.
All right, I'm sending a challenge to Turbo Fisto.
Yeah.
It's coming from Lud Skywalker. That's me.
Yeah, I gotta close out this baby boy here real quick. I'm putting some discipline in him.
All right. Is your plan to stomp through championships bracket? You want to fuck up Yasuo?
Yeah. That's the plan.
Now that we're not live, I can say, man, obviously I threw. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I wanted to get into that. You know, chess.com's gone now, so I can say it. But no. Obviously would not have lost to him. I saw E-Rob down there. I saw 4K.
It's the easy road.
I saw my lack of raw tier 1s these days. I was like, you know what? This is how it has to go.
Honestly, that's what I was thinking as well. I had this suspicion, and I was going to bring it up on stream, but I didn't want to expose you. I was like, you know, I'm pretty sure Ludwig threw this one.
Yeah, I have to put on a nice smile in front of everyone. Oh, no, shit. Wait, I have to abort. Do you ever load up a chess.com match and then wait the 20 seconds when you get the wrong side?
Fuck no. You can just
neither.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. It auto aborts if you don't move. And because like they force you to play black or white and you know ahead of time. I was trying to work on like, you know, working on like the defensive side because I'm really bad at it. And so I kept getting like matches on the offensive side. So I just wait.
No, I get you.
I'm saying it because I'm doing it right now.
I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure you can just abort within the first 15 and you don't lose points instead of waiting. Thanks for the prime.
Can you hit the resign button?
Yeah.
Oh, no!
Did you lose points?
Yeah!
Oh, you just... Oh, sorry. I baited you a little bit then. Do you lose points for that? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's cool. It's just 78. 78 points. Oh. I get 6-1, I win. 78 when I lose. That's fine. No, it's fine. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, I was just looking out for you, man. It was a speed
If
run.
you got any more tips and tricks, I would love to know them.
It was a speed run strategy. Did you?
Yeah. Speed chat.
Are you sure you did it right?
Yeah, maybe I just had the wrong inputs.
Yeah.
Cancellation, right?
That's probably what it was. You forgot to animation cancel.
I think I've sent you a challenge.
Okay, hold on. I still have to finish this game off, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Where am I at? I'll just push this other side, I guess. Thanks to the Prime Baniac.
Hey, can I ask a question?
What's up, bro?
And I feel like this maybe is common knowledge. So, like, what's the difference between Moist Critical and Penguin Zero?
The age that I made them. Penguin Zero I made when I was 11. Moist Critical I made when I was 23, so.
And Penguin Zero's just dead to you.
Well, I mean, of course it has sentimental value. I'll never change the name. But yeah, I made it a long time ago.
Okay. I just never knew. I never knew.
Yeah, it's not very deep lore. It was just the mind of an 11-year-old.
My old tag was the Zany Sidekick.
The zany sidekick?
I was a polluted youth. I thought, okay, it's okay. So the ideal was that I would be the zany sidekick and the viewers would be the heroes.
That's cute and super sad. That's like really sad.
It's very sad.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have viewers. I was 16 and I used an adjective search button to find the word zany because I didn't know it.
So why zany? There's like a ton of other things you could have been. You could have been like...
I knew I was going to be the sidekick. I was the sidekick. The viewers are the heroes. I didn't know a good adjective. So I was like, zany. You know, zany. He's so zany. He's so crazy.
That's you could have gone with like turbo or something cool.
The turbo sidekick?
Yeah, like the turbo sidekick.
It was literally the first one that came up. The first one that came up in an adjective finder.
That's a cute idea, though. So you wanted your viewers to feel like empowered heroes?
Yeah, but it's so like not genuine. Because if you're creating it before you have viewers, it's only, you're doing it in the hopes that you do have viewers.
True. That's very true.
So in reality, it should have been like the lonely sidekick. He's by himself. Oh, damn. The guy you're playing is getting shit on. Good pin.
This guy's having a real rough go of it right now, unfortunately.
Some videos.
I'm just gonna push this other side. What does he want? What? Oh, am I missing something? I don't understand. This? He's just playing time? No, he gave up. Alright, I'm ready. He resigned, finally. Where's those challenges at?
All right, good.
Thanks for the resub,
Is
Zeddy.
the challenge still available? I can send a new one.
Yeah, just toss me a new one.
All right.
Oh, where did the challenges go? Let's play.
Uh, 10-5?
Yeah, 10-5 sounds good.
Sent.
So now where does that go? Because, well, I still haven't mastered the interface here.
I think you hit play at the top left. And then after you hit play, you hit play the tab in the top right, and it should pop up with the people who have challenged you. If not, what I can do is probably just friend request.
What is it?
I don't know how to. Oh, did I send you? I sent you a friend request. Yeah, go to your friend requests.
That's in Connect. That's friends.
Yeah, they do have like weird boomer words that they're using for everything.
I assume you're Lud Skywalker.
Yep, that's me.
Okay, cool. Accepted.
That was 17. That was after the zany sidekick.
Okay, yeah, that's much better. Much better.
Remarkable upgrade. Remarkable.
The confidence is going up. No longer are you just a sidekick. Now you're the protagonist. You're the hero. Daniel bribed XQC to throw.
Nice. All right, sending challenge.
I like that theory.
Should pop up in your friend stuff now, maybe. So if you click the bottom right in the play button, it has like friends.
We're friends. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Friends. Okay, I got you. I'm creating a challenge. How do I accept your challenge?
You can just send one to me. That's fine. I think in general
It says you're not accepting challenges.
they pop up. I'm not accepting challenges.
Chat, who won?
Good, good.
That's cute. Who won? As if there was a question. That's cute. I respect it.
Is that it? Challenge failed. You're not accepting challenges. We're both not accepting challenges.
How do we
Oh,
fix
that's-
this?
How do we play each other? How do two people play chess? Oh, wait. There's a way to do it with a link, and then I'll send you the link on Discord.
Okay. That's all right. Is there not like a toggle for accept challenges, green or gray?
I think the chess mods turned it off
Ah, okay.
because we probably would have been spammed otherwise.
That makes sense.
So if you click that link, it should work. And if it doesn't, we just move to Connect 4 and blow off this tournament.
All right, I'm just gonna copy and paste this because that brought me to the login screen. Let's get in here. All right, I'm in. I'm ready.
All right, time to get my points back.
Ooh, you're knocking on the door of 1,000 up there, my man.
Okay. E4, classic.
Mm-hmm. Standard opener. Thanks for the tier
Do
1
you-
2 OPO.
What is the Scotch? I don't know what the Scotch is. I'll just go with this.
I can teach you the Scotch. I actually know it now. The Scotch open.
Scotch seems bad though. That's what he did that you destroyed, right?
Yeah, the Scotch. I don't think it's very good, but I've seen it a lot climbing the ladder. It's when you push that queen pawn to d4.
I keep telling Hans, who's like helping me, that like some openings are broken, and every time he's like, "No, it's like
I
they
honestly,
all have their pros and cons."
this open that I played, the most generic one, seems like the most like fundamentally sound. There's nothing wild. It's like It's like a missionary in sex, just standard, effective. It gets the job done. No big risks. No heroes.
You finish, they're there.
Yep.
Everyone's having a good time.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would play anything else. I genuinely don't. Bang.
Yeah, Hans was my coach the whole way through, and that's why I lost.
He has a
I actually
hanging
do
pawn.
feel bad for Hikaru though.
This pawn's
He
hanging.
gassed me up so much. A contender to win.
Really? He said you were probably gonna win it?
He said he said I had a chance,
Huh.
and I was like, dang,
That's big praise.
that is big praise. All right, there's a clear blunder and a clear good move. So you take your move up 1.
Thanks for the
I'm
resub.
gonna go.
Ever had a little lamb? Probably the right move. Standard development. You see, I stick with fundamentals. That's what it's all about.
Is this one of your silly mates though?
Oh, you never know. I'm always cooking up those big mates. I will let you in on one of my favorite strats that I'd like to show you because I want to see it pulled off in this tournament. It's called the Legals Trap. And I'd really like to show you that if you want to learn it because
Sounds
I just want to see
like
it.
a misdemeanor.
It's fucking beautiful, man.
Legal strap.
It sounds
I'm
like
down
crime.
to learn it.
Sounds like an actual crime, and it should be with how dirty it is.
Sounds like a felony. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Mm. Thanks for the bits, dwarf. Yeah, I played chess when I was younger, so I do have a background. It's just I took a long hiatus. Can no longer go here. Bishop's gone.
All right, people are telling me I should come clean. My fantasy football team name is Poseidon's Nipples.
Really?
From the old, I forget what the map is, but the one with the bunkers, and you did commentary on maybe 2011 or 12 or something.
Yeah, that's a classic. Holy shit.
Poseidon's Nipples had a young me rolling.
These are the prime
And I
slums.
stuck by it.
How-
It was a good tag. I won tournaments with that.
Really? Oh, that's great. Doing it proud. How old were you? Or not how old were you? How old are you?
I'm 24, so
We-
it must have been like what, 7-8 years ago.
Yeah, so we're the same. We're pretty much the same age. I'm 25.
Yeah. Damn, really? You were 16 then?
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
I was playing Xbox Live at 10 years old, getting told to suck people's dick. I was groomed to be like impervious. I was unafraid of the internet.
Yeah, I feel like
I didn't blunder night.
when you're that young, it all comes down to your voice. Is that crazy?
Yeah, I agree. If you have like a squeaky voice, you're doomed for failure on the
I
internet.
was a squeaker.
Really?
I was a big time squeaker.
I can't even imagine that. Oh, are you talking about if I had gone this on this instead of over here? What are you saying? I don't really want to drop him back because that's going to stifle my development. But I think maybe dropping back is just going to be the optimal play. I have nowhere to threaten. I can trade, but it doesn't fuck up his pawn structure, so it's not worth. If I still have my bishop, this would be a great opportunity to try and bait the knight out by taking here, and taking that, but I can't. I think I'm just going to drop him back. Actually, I will do this. I'm just going to trade this. You had me thinking real hard on that one. I took a lot of time. That was a solid push there. I like that.
No, I think it was good. I think you made the right play too, because I had to take with pawn, and then I have an ugly file here.
You could have taken with queen to keep the structure.
But yeah, then I would have
Oh,
had
yeah.
hanging pawn in the center.
You're right, you're right. I actually didn't even see that. I had my knight over that until you pointed it out, and I was like, wait a minute. This guy's right. See, that's why it's practice. We're helping each other.
Dude, I did a blind match, and I actually played better.
Really.
Yeah. I think I got dumb brain or something. You know what I mean?
hmm I find it's really hard to play on stream just because of the chat with bad moves.
It's impossible.
hmm
Chat was literally just saying right now that I should have taken your knight with my queen.
Right now,
Or
there's...
taking your knight back. I should have taken your knight with my knight because you weren't protected, but you had a queen protecting it.
Yeah, so right now my chat's saying to take his pawn, and somehow I win your queen, which I don't see, because if you take with queen, I'm not seeing what I take with.
No,
You're
no,
not...
they're dumb as they're dumb as bricks. You should defend. You should attack that space by putting maybe rook or pushing up your pawns. But
That's
that's
exact...
so dumb. And you know what the worst part is, Charlie? I had somebody develop this software that lets me play chat, and all of a sudden these dumbasses suddenly become 5-heads because they all got Stockfish open.
Oh, God, yeah. I feel ya. See, like, I don't know why this wouldn't be the play they'd think of, because this pins that pawn, so now I can push, like, an F pawn towards it, and you can't take without losing queen. Like, I don't understand why they would say take with knight and then push rook, because that doesn't work. Well, actually, it would work. Ludwig, we're both wrong. Why it would have worked. If I take your pawn and you take with queen and I push this rook, you can't move your queen.
Wait.
Your king's on the E file.
If you push,
But this is a custom game. Can we go back and I can show it? I see it now.
I don't see it.
Hold on.
If you push your pawn, which pawn?
So are you seeing this? Like that I'm changing these?
No. We can just back and forth. It's a ranked game, so we can't change
Okay,
it.
never mind then. Yeah, if
We'll look at it after.
yeah, if I took it with my knight, you take it with your queen, and I push my rook to E8, you can't move your queen anymore because it puts your king in check.
I see.
So I get your queen. Thanks for the resub hype.
I know it's my turn. I'm thinking.
That would have been a good idea. I didn't think of that. That was you're right. And that's one of the things that I said I needed to work on. Well, that doesn't really do much. I can still do this exact same thing. I take here, and if he doesn't take, I take an extra piece. You can't take it. Yeah, I can still do it. Do I want to take with the knight, though? I think I want to take with the rook, because if I... Here, I'll think out loud. So for this, I think I want to take with my rook, so that way it's protected by my knight. So if you do take there, I take your queen with my knight, and I'm attacking your bishop. That's my thought process, at least.
That's a good one.
See, because then if you take, I get your queen and your bishop. An attack on your bishop, rather. Now, you didn't have to take. I'm sure there was other options.
I can't move it
Yeah.
because I'm pinned. So I think I just have to take. I was going for the greedy check on the top.
Who do you play next in the tournament? You play E-Rob, right?
No, I play Swifter. I'm relegated to the losers bracket at this point though.
Oh, okay, I get you. Apparently, Swifter's shitty, so you're in good shape.
He's brand new, but that was also shitty. God damn,
Yeah.
I can't think. Chad, you gotta stop talking. Stop
Bro.
saying missed mate. What do you mean missed mate? I put the queen on that file. I couldn't have done it because I was pinned. You can't move a pinned queen. You think I can move here and then just leave and I say, hey, king, hey, look,
Man,
I
it
know
sounds
this is
just
gonna be
like me when I
stressful for
talk to you
There's
guys.
gonna be a rook looking at you, but I'm just gonna be back in a moment.
God, I feel like I'm listening to me talk to my chat from like an out-of-body experience. I say the same shit.
Your chat is they're so dumb, man. They're so dumb.
I agree. This shit makes me so sad.
I think that's why the best I've ever played was blindfolded. I
Maybe,
didn't have to look at you guys.
I honestly think that you're onto something, to be honest. So this is what I'm debating on. Do you have a hanging pawn on B2?
Yeah, I think you grab it. It's free.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's better to put you in check first to see if maybe I can move your rook somewhere where I can get more out of it, or you know, because you can't castle out of check, can you? I don't remember.
No, you can't.
Okay, so it's probably just not even worth to do that because I don't get anything
I
else
think
out of
there's
it.
fire. Because I can't do that anymore.
It would have developed my queen
Could
though.
do it.
Thanks for the prime, Brandon.
Threaten you. I can either threaten you with my rook, but then you can move in your rook, or I can just castle kingside.
Yeah, that hangs your pawn on H4 though. Thanks for the prime, Jocko.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I think I'm in a tough spot in general, though.
This is a pickle and a half right here. This shit is looking rough. So I see a mate possibility. I need to get here eventually, so I'm thinking push, push. How do I find this mate? Back rank? I can't back rank him right now. I don't have anything protecting my queen. I can't take F2. I can set up for F2. This is open. It's still not going to be it though. I'm just going to put him in check. And then at least win a knight out of this. Oh, I didn't see I can be back ranked. Yeah. Look at that. I haven't moved any of this shit down here. I just noticed. I focused a little too hard on that. Hmm. Damn. I just have to pop one out. I can't cover it any better than just run away from it. Do you get timed out a lot? Because I time out myself like every single fucking game I play.
Yeah, but I usually find a way to blunder if I'm too stressed. You know what I mean?
Oh, that happens every fucking time. Every fucking time.
Like if I'm low on time.
Oh, yeah. That's like clockwork for me. I did not develop like at all this game. I think I can still find this. Maybe he comes here. Take this. Nope.
I think the one thing chat misses is that when you are in check, you have to stop that before you can move something else.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That'll get you every time. I need to get his knight away. Maybe push this up 2. Free up my bishop. My pawn structure's fucked on the right side. I see a decent move here. Check, take, take. I don't think he can block it. I mean, he can if he brings rook here, but I'm trying to win rook anyway, so it wouldn't work. I think this is guaranteed. Or just take. Why? I come here, he takes, I take, I win his rook. With queen. Ah, you're right. Would it matter though? This puts my rook in a much better position than he's involved. Does it matter if I take with the queen or the rook? I still threaten the exact same positions. I don't see why it would matter. Oh, thanks to the resub, Heartless. And thanks to the Prime J. Am I gonna watch the PS5 games on Thursday? It's a tradition that Jackson and I watch all that new shit.
This is like the end of the Super Bowl. And they're down and they just throw a fucking 70-yarder and you have a glimmer of hope, but you know it's just gonna get swatted.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I like some of the moves you've made here. It's been fucking rattling my brain. You could have well, you almost back ranked me. I probably wouldn't have seen it if I didn't glance at chat, to be honest. I was too focused on going for you. You've had some good plays. I have no doubt you're going right to the top.
You're +10, man. You can't. All right, all right, all right, all right. Sure, sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, of course, of course, of course. I do that. I think I do
Why didn't you take rook? Because I would have lost queen.
this. This is my brilliant plan.
You freeing your shit up here, man. This is good. Can't block with anything. I can't. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh. I almost moved my
Yes.
king without taking.
This is the plan.
Oh, I should have taken with the other pawn. Well, that takes the pressure off your rook. Then I have to go with the knight.
Okay, the plan did end at this point, though.
There's
It's about
plenty.
as far.
There's plenty more. This is only the beginning.
Sure, 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 sure. Of course, 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 of course. Right, right. Naturally, 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 naturally. Yes, 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 yes.
I'd like to practice my queen rook
I'll never see it.
checkmate.
I'll never see it.
Ooh, baby. That's a big position. That's a big position. Thanks to the prime. Zofri.
Well, he did see it, and that would be a resign for me, a respectful one, a respectful resign for me.
That's a handshake resign right there. That's you and I both in tuxes over a chessboard and we shake hands and then kiss.
Casino Royale style, I see.
Of course. Thanks for the resub.
All
Riff.
right, what were we saying earlier? What were we saying earlier? You're saying I said you could have pinned. You could have done some 5-head.
Yeah. How do we analyze a game? I haven't like figured that out.
It's the right one on the thing.
What the fuck
like
does
there's
that
like-
mean?
There's like there's like 4 buttons in a row. One's live analysis, and then the one's analysis.
Oh,
I
I
know
just
what the buttons.
I just exited out of that.
Saying one mistake made all the difference, dude. My accuracy. I've never had such a bad. Oh my god.
What happened? I
It's not the best accuracy I've ever seen. If you need, I can screen share with you actually on Discord.
apparently I can hop back in. Hold on.
Yeah, you can do it to the other one.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm in. All right.
All right. So yeah, we're moving on. Everything's book. Right up until I take
Where
that
is this?
was a blunder.
Where do I go
Mistake,
now?
Not a blunder.
Game.
Everything else is
Where?
fine.
Play
Where's the
tournaments.
giant mistake that I made.
This is where I'm in.
I don't.
I'm
see
fucking
it,
sweating. Can't find it.
I guess.
In the game.
What move were you seeing?
If you go to, I don't know how to find this. If you go to move 10, so you see where you take my knight with your pawn?
Yeah.
Okay, you see that pawn hanging in the middle?
Yeah.
What I should have done is taken with the knight. You would have taken with your queen and I would have pushed my rook there and your queen can't move.
Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's not something I saw in the moment either.
I think it still ended up happening. Just
Yeah,
later.
just in the much less optimal way.
So I should have just let that pawn die, fizzle and die.
Yeah, then you wouldn't have lost queen.
All right. Let me hold up. I have a very weak bladder and I need to piss. And when I come back, I want to run back.
That sounds
Right.
great. That is fucking music to my ears because I have to take a piss as well.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
I'll be right back.
Barely 900 now. Jesus.
Oh, hang tight, boys and girls. I gotta take a big old tinkle as well. On the history tab in your browser. Isn't this this is the archive. What's the history tab? There's the laptop icon? This? Oh. That's what the laptop... Why is it a laptop icon? Alright, well thank you. Now I know. Alright, I'll be right back.
Sup? Is he still peeing? Is he a slow peer? Criticals chat. Is he a slow peer? Does he pee all slow?
Fuck, I forgot to fill up my water. Hold on. Sorry for the clickbait. Gotta fucking fill
All
up
right,
my
don't tell him
water.
we talked about this. This was between us about his slow peas. Does he have a bidet? Sometimes I'm slow because I let that bidet rip. I got a bidet. I'm peeing and I still rip that thing, you know, just for funsies. Never can be too clean. No such thing as a butthole that's too clean. He closes the door when he pees. Oh, it's a time loss. You guys got to let him know. It's a big time loss. You keep that puppy wide open.
God, I swear the fucking air in my room is like 10 times as heavy
anyway,
as
that's
like
why
the
we
air
think,
everywhere else. It's
that
fucking hot.
E4
It's like humid
is
in
the
my room
better
just from my
opening
sweat and grease.
for at least us. You know what I mean?
I'm back in it, baby.
Yo, what up? Hey, do you have a bidet?
No, I've been thinking about getting those attachments though. They look cool.
You gotta get a bidet.
Like, so which one do
Very-
you have? Like, because I see a lot of
It's-
them. They have like weird trajectory where I feel like if my ass isn't positioned perfectly, I'm just gonna be spraying water everywhere.
You know that mini game in Ocarina of Time where you have the bomb shoes and you have to hit it into the hole?
That's what you have to do with a bidet.
It's a little bit of that, but once
Thanks
you
to the
get
Prime,
it, you
Theo.
just know you're a
Reset her.
speedrunner at a certain point. Maybe you'll hit cheek. Nothing wrong with a little cheek splash though. You know what I mean? You get it, paper towel, you hit the cheek first, and then it's like a moist towelette.
I'm not too worried about hitting the cheek. What I'm worried about is like, so one of the angles I've seen is it kind of shoots up. You know, like when the pee stream, when you're taking a piss and the pee stream starts to dribble down and it goes like straight down. I've seen some bidets where it has that same trajectory where when it starts up, it's going like super high and then really, really low where I feel like it's going to go right from asshole to out from like the nutsack area from the front. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Sometimes you have to sit a little farther forward, but they do have so we have 3 bathrooms and 3 bidets for each bathroom. It's like, you
Jesus.
just look up bidet. I think my bathroom has like a simpler one. It's just kind of one angle and you just crank it. It was like $30. But then we got the $60 one for downstairs, and that one you can actually change the ang.
Really? So
Yeah.
It's pretty versatile then. What brand is that? That like a DARPA
it's-
product?
I think it's the let me see here. I believe it's this one right here. It's Veckin non-electric bidet self-cleaning.
That sounds like some dystopian shit right there. Vectin?
Yeah, Veckin.
Oh,
and it has
Veckin,
so
Veckin.
it can clean itself too. So that's one of the, like, you can adjust it, you know, whether you sit farther up or farther back, but then you can also have it clean itself. You know what I mean? Because it's not just your butthole you should be worried about.
Well, hold on. You said you need to lean forward a little bit. Wouldn't that change the splashback? So if you're shooting the hose up your ass there and leaning forward, isn't going to splash back at the toilet bowl itself and like back on the, you know, the toilet backboard?
Yeah, a bit, but not. It's not like, you know what I mean. It's not worse than that when the water comes in and swirls that it can't take care of that. Like, it'll take care of that. But yeah, I mean, like, I think ideally you want you want them to be parallel, or like perpendicular. You want it to slam in there. You don't want it to hit at an angle.
Yeah, well, that's what I would kind of expected. But when you said lean forward, that changes everything. That's like shooting a hose at a wall. You know, it splashes back at you and everything. So it's going to be hitting like the walls and the backboard, I would think. Or is
Well,
it
your
not that
butthole-
powerful?
This is what you're not thinking. Your butthole's not flat.
Okay, so it is kind of penetrating a little bit then.
Yeah, not a little. You know, sometimes
Oh, really?
I'll put my right arm on the forward wall just to make sure that when it hits it, that I'm not getting off balance.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to fall over and pressure wash shit water everywhere. No, I get you.
That would be bad. That would be bad.
I'll
The
have
only drawback of bidet
Thanks to the
is
Prime
that
Vendor.
occasionally my thigh will activate it if I'm just sitting on the toilet like big chill sitting, and then it'll fly out the front because my butthole is very far back.
So where's the on switch then? How can your thigh? Is it not like I'm thinking like an ejector seat in a plane, like a jet, where you like pull a lever and it fires? Is it not that? Is it a button on the toilet bowl
It's-
itself?
It's a knob to the right.
That's a dangerous
so-
position.
Yeah,
Thanks for the gift
if
sub,
you
Shar.
ever man spread a little, then it might jet off. Usually, you're pretty tight.
Mhm.
It's you're sitting normal poop position, but it's happened to me like maybe twice in the 8 months I've had it.
That's not too bad then.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'll look at it. Appreciate you looking out for the hygiene of my asshole.
I just want you to have a clean asshole, and I feel like no one else is talking about that to you. I'm assuming.
No, man, no, not at all. I think my girlfriend could appreciate if my chocolate starfish was a little more speckled clean.
My first ever emote was it's a Ludwig star and it's a brown star, and it's the same thing.
Nice.
Because I used to chocolate starfish, as you say. I called it brown star.
Ooh, I typically, so I like to switch it up. So I go chocolate starfish and brown balloon knot. So I use the different adjectives for each one, so I'm not repeating them. I like that. I mix it up.
Wow.
Yeah, we're in this.
Yeah, I'm more, I'm a little basic missionary guy. I just brown star. It was really applicable, and like if you ever play Mafia.
I only played the third one.
No, the Town of Salem Mafia.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh my God! All right. It's basically a game where like you have to close your eyes and there's one murderer, and they pick who they kill. You know what I mean? So it's like a circle of people, and like you have to. It's like Secret Hitler, basically.
Is it a board game? Sounds like a board game.
It's no, it's like an IRL game. It's like an IRL game. It's like a campfire game, basically.
Okay.
Either way, if you just brown star in that situation, only the murderer has their eyes open, so they're sure to make a noise. It's like a sleuthing thing.
Okay, I get you.
Or sexual harassment, depending on
The company you keep, yeah.
Exactly. Rematch?
I'm ready, man. Toss me that shit.
All right.
Town of Salem is fire.
There must be a way
I think
to
I've
just hit
heard of
play and
it.
then hit rematch. Oh, their website's down? Is this crazy? I think chess.com's down.
I just send a quick message. You want me to try to invite you?
Is it down for you? Can you? I think their whole website's down right now.
Seems fine for me.
It is down? I think some people have it down. I'll just go to this one.
Did
You got backups.
Did you just get a PayPal? Oh no, this is a chess invite from Hikaru's uncle. I thought it was a PayPal thing. I was wondering how the fuck someone sent me that over chess.
Oh wait, it's back. Never mind. I'll use chess.com.
It actually did go down? That's pretty wild.
All right, it's gonna be this link right here. It just went down. Everybody trying to learn the what's it called? The gentleman's checkmate. There's a name for what you did.
Scholars, yeah, that's the scholars mate.
Scholars. Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody's rushing to learn the scholars mate so they can too beat XQC.
I can't believe that shit, man. Here, do you want to see what I was talking about if you can find an opportunity in your match for the legals trap?
Yeah, what? So how would I go about that?
Here, I'll let you do it to me so you don't fall under 900. So, yeah, that starts that. So what you want to do next is develop your knight. It doesn't really matter which one.
Okay.
Okay, and then I would, let's say I come here.
Sure, offensive. You develop next night?
Yep.
You said yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Hikaru's uncle. It does look like a PayPal thing.
And then you need to just develop bishop normally. So you'd put your bishop there on c4.
Okay.
And then I would come here to pin your knight. This is what a lot of people do. So they're looking to pin knight to queen, right? So
Yeah.
what you do is you lift that knight to e5 right now.
E5?
That knight that's pinned, you push that to e5.
Okay.
I kind of fucked you with the way I did this, but I'm not going to do it to you. So what happens is I get greedy, I take your queen. You now check me with that bishop on c4.
Okay.
I now have one forced move, which is here, and you bring that last knight up in that position, and it's checkmate. But I fucked you because my knight's here, so I take that knight. But typically what most people would play is moving their b knight first.
Under 900. Say it, Charlie. Say it.
What?
It was a ploy.
No,
You
no,
skamosed me.
no. What are you talking about? This is checkmate if I just didn't put that knight there.
But it is there.
You're fine. You're fine.
You were in cahoots with them.
Here, I'll resign. There. Yeah.
Points.
There.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's That's a gambit and a half. So you have to go e5.
Yeah, so the idea, you can play it safer too, because if someone knows what they're doing, they just take your knight with their knight, and then the bishop is protected as well. But if you want to play it safer, you would also push up the pawn on h2 to h3 to make me drop my bishop back.
It requires you to go normally c6 knight, like the normal black knight that they would play, like the defensive knight.
Yeah, you need both your
Yeah,
knights
right, 'cause you-
activated.
Okay, no, sorry, but the other team.
Yeah, so on my side right now, I'd need to activate my queen side knight, which is the b8 to
I see.
c6, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, that makes sense.
It's a beautiful
Yeah.
trap. It's the quickest checkmate and like the most appealing at a low elo because it's a queen, right? Like you're giving up a queen to win the game. It's cool as
No,
fuck.
a lot of games start that way.
Yeah, I see that
I
all the
feel like-
time.
Yeah, that's actually dope. All right, how do I rematch? I think I just.
Oh, I don't care about losing points in this. It's not that big a deal. I only care about like my
All right.
my ladder elo. No, my horse could take it there because I played against it. But what typically happens is people play this one, so I play here.
Now that I know.
Mm-hmm. Thanks to the prime sock and the
I
resub
actually don't
Bart.
even know the next move. I'll just play normal. Play normal.
Yeah, just standard.
Think. Nothing wrong with more horses in the mix.
Not at all. Thanks to the prime Erat Koyak. The Blackburn Shilling Gambit. I don't know that one. I know Legal Trap, obviously Scholar's Mate, a couple variations of that. I know one more trap as well that I'm blanking on the name of. But I really like the legal one just because of how often that pin is played. So I think this is the most consistent for down here at this elo. I like this. This is standard fundamentals, nothing too wild.
I'll come clean. I've only copied you so far. It's been a mirror match. I think that's why you might like it.
Is that what I'm seeing?
Seems like everything he's doing is brilliant.
These moves.
Mixing up.
See, now that's, I don't know if you mean to, but that's a great move because I can't pin your knight to your queen.
H6 is goaded.
Yeah, I love that move. That move is fucking great. I will not be using that here though. Instead, I'm gonna go a little wild on you.
Wait. What you think of wild here?
I'll try it.
Clever girl.
I'm gonna try something a little extreme.
In this situation, we decline.
Oh, that is very interesting indeed.
But what would you say if I did it?
This man is insane. Who is this guy? Ah, very interesting for sure. So with that knight there's something that I've done in 1 or 2 games, not too frequently, but it's something I'm going to try against you here. So let's see how it pans out for me. Can't go here. By doing that, you do leave a pawn hanging, which is the e5 pawn.
Uh-huh.
But it also does something huge for me. If I can find it, that is. I think it's like 3 moves here. I know, I'm just playing some games real quick, and Daniel, I know, just finished his lesson. He hit me up. So this is one thing that Daniel and I did talk about.
You could go queen h5,
It is an option.
then apply triple pressure on f7.
That probably wouldn't work very well because you have your rook on it. Thanks to the prime Tommy. One thing that's important to remember is since my bishop is here, that pawn on f7 isn't defending shit anymore. Like if I got to g6 to take your pawn, you can't take it with yours.
Yeah.
I fuck that up so often.
I think I make a crazy play here. one that no one would expect.
I'm excited. Ooh, that is a crazy play. That's a crazy boy. Well, I think I'm just going to go g6 here. You have nothing to take with. It's threatening your rook. You freed up your bishop, which is good. You can develop that bad boy, I think.
Oh, I see.
So now this is where the wackiness comes in. I did this in a game not too long ago, but I can't really do it here. But what I would do is I'd try and free my rook here and do a rook lift over to like h and start pushing that way, and then have my queen come over somewhere in g or h as well once your bishop moves. And then what was the next progression? Can't do that yet. All this is off except this. I see a checkmate, I think. Take, let's try it. I'll try it. I don't know if this will work though. Take, mate. I don't care about hanging the h2 pawn. I'm not too concerned about that. An h2 pawn. There's nothing threatening h2 pawn. Even if he comes in here for like a fork or something, it's not that big of a deal. Because if he does come in for the fork, I just take. Yeah, it's mate in 2 right now. He cannot activate this pawn because he's in check if he does, so he can't move it. This is something that Daniel and I went over, because I do the same mistake. He can't go over here to escape this way, because knight's covering it. So this, all this right here is locked down. So all I need to do now is push bishop over here to take this. He'll take with his pawn, I take with my queen, I push queen down here and it's mate. He can go c2 with his knight. Here's his knight. That doesn't matter. And he can't go c2 with his knight. He gets a rook out of it, but he loses the game. All of this doesn't matter right now. The only piece that matters to me at this moment is keeping this bishop alive.
Oh, this is where I run out of time.
e2 with knight isn't good either because it's protected by my queen.
I can't tell what I like the most. No, it doesn't make any sense.
What if he doesn't take with the pawn? Then I'd still win the game. I take again. It doesn't matter if he comes up. It's not that big of a deal. I can still checkmate that. In fact, if he doesn't take with the pawn, I take, I get out, and I push up. I'll be honest, I don't really see a way you get out of this situation.
I do hate it. I'll tell you. But I have an idea.
I'd like to. Oh, that is big. I didn't expect that. That is big. I don't know if it works though, but I guess we'll see. I'm just going to play it the same way. So the idea was take pawn here, thinking you'd take it with pawn again, and then I just push down there to h8 to win. If I take with bishop here, you still can't take.
No, I can't. Well, because there's no one to take.
Yeah. You can't take bishop, you can't take knight, so you're still trapped.
Well, no, I can take the knight.
No, it's protect. Oh, right, because you freed up your pin. See? Ah. I didn't notice that. That is huge.
I thought you were gonna take with your bishop on d5. I thought you were gonna take f7 because no one's protecting it.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even think of that. No, that was big. I didn't think of that at all. I just went through the same progression. Nice. Well, now I have to rethink everything. That cuts off this entire line because of this. Can't take that, not protected. Can't take this. He just takes it back. I think I can still find a mate here though, right? Where is it? Take, check. No. Where is it? Can't drop it back because he takes my queen. What's the move? Is there no checkmate possibility? Do I just trade queens? I lose so much more off that. Mate in one move with bishop. Where? Can't go here. He takes with either the rook or the king. Can't go here. I get nothing out of this position. I can threaten this, but I lose queen. There's no mate possibility. I think the only thing I do here is trade these queens. Drop bishop, take. He takes, and I get bishop out. I think that'll do it.
What do you think? What are you thinking here? What's your move here? Because I'm thinking.
So what I was thinking is, the only thing I see out of here, I don't think I can get a mate anywhere unless I'm missing it. So I was thinking the only thing to salvage this is drop bishop to g5. So that way when you take my queen, I take your queen.
I don't think you can do bishop to g5. Because if you do bishop to g5, I'll take your queen with my pawn. You'll take my queen, but I'll just take your bishop with my rook.
Yeah, but
So
it's...
if you do queen to g5...
Oh, I see. Yeah, threaten with the queen instead. That's a lot better.
I think that would work. Because then I can't take with my king on your bishop.
Right.
Oh, I guess no. Actually, maybe I could take with pawn though. No, maybe that's also dumb. Because then I can just take with pawn, and then you're threatened again. Oh, I don't know. I thought that was smart before I started talking.
That sounds more reasonable, to be honest. Because I guess in most games, if I dropped queen here, I think that'd be the first thing you look at is to trade that. And then I just drop my bishop back and take your queen, my bishop's free. So I don't lose 2 pieces, I only lose 1, and we trade equal. I don't know. I don't know what's the better position to play in here, to be honest.
I think you kind of I don't know, but I feel like your bishop is gone.
Yeah.
So you have to save your queen, and so it's just how you want to do that.
Well, I don't know. I feel like in this position, though, it's better to trade the queens, because saving the queen puts her in such a bad spot. Like a really just genuinely bad spot. But then by doing that, I don't know. I don't know, man. That's tough. I think it is just a matter of getting the queen out instead of trading. I couldn't tell you. I'd need GM Daniel to tell me what's the optimal play.
Dude, it was so funny in the interview.
Thanks
You
to the
kept talking
prime
about
guac.
Daniel as if he's this Greek god, and then he carves just there.
Bro,
With his thumb up his ass.
you haven't met Daniel. That man is a Greek god. Man, it's fucking incredible. I'm gonna try
What do we
pushing
do
this up.
here?
Going for a back rank. Well, not a back rank, but trying to take on the checkmate on the 7th rank.
I feel like I can do this.
That is huge, actually. Yeah, because I didn't have that covered anymore. Wow. Yeah. So what I was immediately thinking, without looking at the board, I guess, was pushing queen up to f7.
I see. Yeah, I think after it failed the early checkmate, you have to
Yeah.
just regroup and play for late game.
Yeah, that's probably best.
I'll be honest though, I didn't see the fork originally. I just saw the mate or the check with my knight, and I was like, it's always good to check. And then I realized afterwards that it was also a fork.
Yeah. The same shit happens with me, man. I'm just like, yeah, checking's nice. I'll do that.
Do you ever do the puzzles?
Yeah, I do a lot of those puzzles, man. That shit's wild.
Yeah, the puzzles always have me thinking like, all right, there's something clever I could do here.
No, I don't win anything off of this position. Queen g5 was best. Agreed. You're talking about when I was here.
I do feel like with black, I do end up in the bottom left a lot, kind of cramped. I think it's because of how my starting moves go.
Yeah, my rooks haven't done anything this game. I focused really hard finding a checkmate here, which didn't work. I'm running low on time. Thanks to the Prime Krez. Oh, Fear of the Dark. That's a classic. I know that game. My bishop is protected? What are you talking about if we traded bishops down here? He was going to trade that bishop no matter what. I could have ran him away, but then I just immediately just activate his pawns. I play Yasuo next and I don't know when. That's mate. Nope, he has nothing to put me in check. You're talking about if he brings bishop down here or something? Or knight? I just take all that. And none of it checks me. I'm not on a dark tile for this. Knight can't do it. He can come up here and lose his knight. Sliding this through here is not a bad idea. It's on the 12th? Okay. Where is it? What puts me in check? He can't find a check here. You can't come here, it's still not protected. Can't come down here, I just take. Can't come here, take. He can't get here. Unless he goes here and then here. Can go here and I can't take. I don't think I can get out of that, right? Because I can't move there because of the knight. He just moves knight here next. I don't know. I don't think he can get mate though. Unless he gets here. But he can't get here because of this. He can take rook. Thanks to the prime gorilla. There. Now I've freed my shit up a little bit. I don't see where the mate was though, even if he did have it. Where was it? The only thing is he goes here, and then I go here. I can't take, but I can just have a freeze tile. Thanks to the tier 1 cooked. You save mate with the pawn. That sounds about right. That looks about right, man.
Damn,
Excellent.
yeah, that game all came down to the bottom left. I'd actually love to analyze that shit.
Oh, that was a disaster.
That bottom left, but I wonder if there's like some sneak you could have done. You know what I mean?
When you're talking about like the FGH.
Yeah. My bottom left. Sorry, yeah. Like everything that was happening in that corner, I felt like was crazy.
Missed fork. Oh yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it has you up a lot. All right, let's see.
I really threw with that full fire on the H rank or whatever, or H file.
Yeah, they liked what you were going for. And I made I was a blunder. Wow. They hated my king move.
They hated my bishop move
Your
because I
bishop move for sure.
yeah, I autopiloted the original plan without realizing that the pawn wasn't pinned anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn, interesting. I don't even know where to go with this rook.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. That would have been good.
Yeah, it would just been a lost rook.
Is this the proper line?
Really?
How do I find the proper line? The one the game liked.
This is such a. I'm looking through it. Are you as confused as I am? I'm trying to guess the best move and I'm always wrong.
I'm just looking at how the fuck I could have won over here. Because even if I do take that f7 pawn, you're not in check because you still had the pawn there because it hadn't been taken by my bishop. And I can't take that pawn anymore because now it's not guarded by my bishop. Oh, it is still guarded by my bishop because I haven't fucking moved it. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing instead of bringing your bishop in, they wanted you to move your other bishop in.
Yeah, I see it now. Because if I take that, then you can't take my knight. And you can't really move your king anywhere anymore. You've locked yourself to one position, so then I just take your pawn. And then that should be about all she wrote.
What a weird.
Thanks for the resub, Paquito.
You played a hell of a game, sir. It was maybe the first I've ever seen of a game like this.
That was a big one, man. Alright, I'm gonna head over to Sensei's dojo real quick. I'm probably gonna take another fat pee-pee. But feel free to hit me up on Twitter for anything, man. Doesn't have to be chess related.
Yeah, I'm down, bud. It was a pleasure playing.
Yeah, man, and I'm gonna look into bidets thanks to your glowing reviews of the wonders it does for your ass.
I'll be checking in. If the asshole's not clean, your chat will narc, and we will know.
Yeah, no, they'll let you know, man. I'll talk to you soon, bro.
All right, bud. Peace.
All right, hold on. Before I hop in with Daniel, I'm gonna take this piss real quick. I'm gonna fill up this water, and I'll be back in 1 second. is up, boys? Oh, oh man. Can you hear when I take a piss? Actually, Prime, absolutely not me. Yeah, sometimes. That stream was actually pretty impressive. Towards the end, like the last 20 seconds of it was just dribble. But I was still pretty impressed overall with the duration. Don't call Daniel, he's getting a bear. Do you mean beer? Or is Daniel so fucking hardcore that on his off time he just wrangles bears together? Sensei, how's it going, man?
It is going swimmingly. How is it going with you?
Great, man. It's going great.
I have no words. Congratulations doesn't do it.
Thank you. Yes.
I was teaching a lesson and it was like 5:10, right? And I thought, okay, I'm gonna just tune in to see how Charlie's doing during my students thinking on a problem. And so I tune in and I see the final position, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, so Hikaru and Alexander are showing the audience why XQC can't take the knight. And then I looked a little bit closer and I'm like, holy mother of shit. This position is on the board. And I was like, I was jumping around my room. I cannot convey to you the excitement. And I could see you were jumping around yours.
Yeah, that was
man.
That felt so nice, man. You were an actual prophet. You predicted the exact opening. You knew the likely blunders he would. Well, the one blunder that he could make if it came to it, and it did. Crazy, man. Yeah, I can't believe it. I heard your prices for tutoring are high, but they are absolutely worth it. This man is predicting the future.
It's just this. I just plugged the games in. I was the vehicle to convey it, but I offloaded all to the programs. And really the thing is, need I remind you that I was about to show you a different line and you insisted on seeing Queen F6. So, you were the one who brought this variation on. Now, did you suspect when he played the Scotch, did you already think, oh shit, something's in the air?
Yeah, I said that on the stream too. I said, this is the Scotch Open, know how to handle that. I played it the exact same progression that we've gone through. I didn't expect him to blunder on the knight. I thought he would go for that fork that we saw happen in that one random game. I thought he was going to go knight over to try and get my rook to fork king. I move king and he takes rook, then I win.
Oh, right, then you checkmate him. That's right. Oh, so knight b5, queen f6.
Yep.
But then once he played c3 first, then you played queen f6, and then he took your knight.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised how quickly he took the knight. I mean, he just didn't understand why you played queen f6.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm pretty sure that's one of the things I said to you. At this ELO, one thing I've noticed is no one, registers a threat unless it's super direct. Whereas, a queen going to, f6, which is still in the back line, they don't think deep like you and I do, Daniel. Like the GMs do, you know what I mean?
Like the meat of it.
Yeah.
And that's really, I didn't realize that because to me, I'm so used to people understanding why you do something, but you actually predicted that. So I just watched the official broadcast on my stream, and I know Hikaru was saying oh, bishop c5 is a complicated move, and I think after queen f6, they all froze for a second because they realized what exactly is about to happen.
Yeah, I'm curious. So, yeah, the bishop c5, I understand from Hikaru's perspective, is a very dangerous move at a high level. Why is that? See, because it still seems like a decent move to me.
It is. Bishop c5 is the main move. Now, I can check. I'm not going to even risk opening chess space. My computer's misbehaving right now. But basically, there are two main moves in that position, knight f6, bishop c5. In terms of popularity, they're shared. Now, what Hikaru was saying, I think, is that bishop c5 is like driving a bus kind of move. You got to know a lot of theory at a high level if you are to play that move at a high level. But someone like, XQC, we can expect that he's going to take your knight because that's just an instinct, as you point out at your elo. But it's really not the only move. White has a million lines in that position that we talked about only briefly, but there's a lot of theory. But it is a good move. I play it myself.
Okay, yeah. I was just a little curious because he didn't seem to appreciate the bishop being out there.
Right. No, it is. Rest assured, it's the move that I play myself, and I think it's in terms of popularity the most popular move, even at a grandmaster level.
Nice.
But I would never show you a bad line ever.
Thank you.
Me sabotaging you, Charlie. I mean,
You'd ruin your own reputation. Imagine if I went in there and got scholared. You'd never have another
Oh,
client
God.
again. Your student would cancel his
Never.
lesson.
you know, coaching is a risky business. I can really ruin my reputation. I have a student who's like, this Daniel guy, he's a fraud. He's teaching me lines so that I lose. He
Look at-
wants me to lose. That's
at
it.
this line
That's the
that-
last lesson I ever teach.
Look at this PogChamps tournament line he taught Charlie. He lost in 3 moves.
That's right. I mean,
Yeah, that'd be dangerous.
and I also have to give you credit just for the amount of games that you played. I mean, the thing with chess improvement
Thanks
is
to the Prime Marm.
it works in ways that you might not realize. Like, you do all of this work and you get rewarded for it. I truly believe that. The more work you do, the likelier you are to get lucky.
Yeah.
And I think that's like a constant in terms of chess improvement.
I also think just recognizing patterns has been super helpful for me. Like just recognizing when like what opening someone's running, what they're likely thinking, so like playing a pawn to prevent going to like pin a knight or something like that.
Right. And what I like that you've started doing is like not only seeing stuff for yourself, but you've started preventing. And I opened a beer. I hope that's okay. I rarely do that on stream, but I only do that on special occasions. I think this is a special
Aw.
occasion.
You're more than welcome to drink your beer, of course.
Yeah, I mean, so I like the fact that you've been proactive about thinking about threats and thinking in the right directions in general. How'd you do against Ludwig just now?
Oh, we were just kind of going back and forth. I fucked up a big mate in the beginning of our last game, and he
Mhm.
found a nice mate down bottom. I didn't play super well in that one, but the other two were fine. It was mainly just bouncing off each other and playing around, looking at the
Mhm.
chat, figuring out what
Some
the chat.
banter.
Yeah.
I imagine you were. I mean, your chat. I went into your chat after you made him. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I appreciate the gift subs as well.
Oh, of course. I had to throw my own lot in there. You've earned every single one of them.
Oh, thank you, man. Well, this has been a lot of fun. I'm going to probably head out for now. I need to take a shower.
Sure.
It's been a
Of course.
greasy day. So I want to say thanks again, man, and I'm looking forward to our next lesson whenever you're free.
Likewise. Next up is Yeso. We'll do the same thing to him.
Sounds great,
Hopefully.
man.
All right, Charlie. Congratulations. You're the man. And yeah, I'm just very, very happy it went the way it did. So big moment.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
me
Enjoy
too,
your
man.
shower.
Thank
Whatever
you.
you do while you're showering. But
Talk to
I'm
you
sure
soon,
you'll be
man.
thinking of the game.
Yeah, that's what I'll be thinking of. Yeah. All right, take
All right,
it easy,
man.
man.
Have a great night. All right, bye.
Raid, is he streaming? Oh, he did say he opened a beer on stream. Yeah, I'll toss you over to Daniel. I might stream again later tonight. It's still early, so I don't know for sure. But yeah, I'll toss it over to Daniel for now if you guys want to see more chess. I think he's playing Blitz or Bullet still. But again, thank you everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, a big thank you. I really appreciate the generosity today. Thank you for all the gift subs and all the new subs. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy your emotes, and really just been a lot of fun today. So I'll toss it over to Daniel now if you want to see more chess. Here we go. All right, take it easy, everyone. Might see you again later tonight, maybe not, but anyway, that's gonna be it for me for now. Talk to you soon. See ya.